She was a stunning single mom.
She's beautiful. And that was my first thought when I saw her.
He was a handsome man in uniform.
I can see why the ladies might be attracted to him.
They would have been a perfect match if it wasn't for a perfect rival.
They were the power couple. They were like the prominent black upcoming couple.
She was crazy about him. I mean, everybody knew it.
Would the two-timing ladies' man ever make a decision? Or would someone make it for him?
She's at the bottom of the stairs, head busted up and blood everywhere.
It was unreal. It was like a movie of the week.
And as the plot thickened, it was left to investigators to separate the truth from the sex, lies, and audio tape.
No, you know I didn't do anything. You need to tell the truth.
Man, I ain't going to jail.
And I'm supposed to, because I didn't do? You gonna kill me too?
January 4th, 2007. A call came into a Durham, North Carolina 911 center just after 10 a.m.
911, where's your emergency?
The caller was a tenant at an apartment complex near the campus of North Carolina Central University.
Someone was leaving the apartment. As he was coming down the steps, he noticed someone was laying at the bottom of the steps. He went and called 911.
I just walked out my apartment. She's at the bottom of the stairs, head busted up and blood everywhere. Is she conscious? Hey, baby girl. Hello?
You know, a lot of college kids live in this complex. So he didn't really think it strange to find somebody at the bottom of the steps. He figured the person was asleep.
When she didn't respond, the caller tried a different tack.
Do you want me to get her ID out?
I was going through her wallet to try to identify who this woman was laying on the floor.
Her name is Janita Monique Smith. Janita.
A grad student who had spent 6 years at NCCU, Danita's name was well known on the college's Durham campus.
Danita Smith was very, very popular, very pretty girl, seemed to have everything in the world going for her.
Danita may have had everything in the world going for her, but that afternoon, it would all go terribly wrong.
She ain't moving, man. Just really appreciate you calling in for her, and we do have help on the way over there.
Working at a 911 center, Shannon Crawley was used to handling traumatic calls like the one from the apartment complex that day.
She was actually a 911 dispatcher at the time, which is obviously quite an important job in that community.
But she didn't take that particular call. In fact, she couldn't have. Not only had she taken the morning off, she worked 60 miles away in Greensboro.
Shannon Crawley was a dispatcher for the Guilford County 911.
A single mother of two, Shannon had taken the job to support her family.
The father was in California. They hadn't been together in some time.
Busy juggling two kids and a demanding job, Shannon wasn't exactly looking for a new man in her life. But that changed in 2004 when a handsome young cadet named Jermier Jackson Stroud joined the Greensboro police force.
Jermier was a Greensboro police officer, so he had to have contact with 911 telecommunicators on a regular basis. And Jermier and Shannon met in a training course.
Jermier and Shannon spent hours role-playing mock police calls. And by the time the course was over, the officer obviously wanted to stay connected to the pretty dispatcher.
He asked for her phone number, and she gave it to him. The intention was that they were going to be friends, keep in touch.
But soon, Shannon and Jermier were acting like more than just friends.
They talked, becoming close friends, and then in September, I believe it was, a relationship turned physical.
It wasn't exactly romantic, however.
It looked like a relationship of convenience. Friends with benefits is probably a good way to describe it.
In fact, rather than a couple embarking on a brand new relationship, Shannon and Jermier acted as if they'd been together for years.
I never once heard discussion of a date that they went on, you know, like that he planned something that was really fun, or, you know, took her out to dinner or bought her flowers or anything like that. It was more like, well, I've got today off, you've got today off, you know, let's help each other do the laundry or, you know, go shopping.
But only a few months after meeting Jameer, Shannon's casual relationship suddenly turned serious.
Somewhere around the end of 2005, she became pregnant.
Jameer and Shannon seemed to have the comfortable relationship of a married couple. But instead of prodding them into making it official, the pregnancy paved the way for a different sort of turning point.
In January of 2006, her and Jameer agreed that they were going to have an abortion.
The decision to end the pregnancy proved difficult for Shannon, as did the decision that followed.
That was kind of the end of their mutual dating relationship.
It may have been the end of their dating relationship, but the couple remained friends.
They both still cared for each other. He would have a bad day at work or something like that. Something would go really bad for him, and he couldn't think of anyone else to call. He would call her. She was having a particularly bad day or something like that, she would call him. And even though they had not been intimate, when she needs an ear to listen to and she calls him, he answers, and they talk.
Would they ever do more than talk? There were certainly signs that Shannon wanted to rekindle their old relationship of convenience.
She started coming to his church. She actually ended up eventually buying a home in his neighborhood.
Every time he had a problem, he would call her, and they'd have those long conversations on the phone. That was her way back in.
Anyone that's been in a relationship knows that they always don't end on day one. They end and then they start up again.
Would Shannon's moment ever come? One thing was certain. At the end of 2006, a huge problem was heading Jameer Stroud's way. Sunday, December 24th, 2006. It was supposed to be a special Christmas Eve service, but for Shannon Crawley, it would prove to be an epiphany. She'd barely settled into a back pew that morning when Jameer Stroud had walked into the sanctuary. And he walked in with a pretty young woman on his arm.
They showed up for church one day, and Shannon Crowley saw them at church together.
Her name was Danita Smith, and she and Jameer were by no means a new item. Danita had started dating Jameer long before he had met Shannon. 6 years, in fact. They had been together since college.
Jameer and Danita met on the campus of North Carolina Central University. They were part of the Sound Machine, which is the marching band at NCCU.
They met, I think, in 2000, and they started dating pretty quickly after they met.
It hadn't been long before Jameer and Danita were one of the most prominent couples on campus.
I mean, they had like Michelle and Barack Obama potential, definitely. They were the power couple.
Jameer had certainly fit the bill.
He was in Alpha Phi Alpha, very business-oriented, very smart, good grades, also very professional, well put together.
But if Jameer had potential, Danita's potential seemed unlimited.
Danita was one of the most ambitious people that you've ever met. She was always on the go. She always looked good, always dressed very tastefully.
Very pretty girl, seemed to have everything in the world going for her. She had an interest in journalism.
She got very serious about her photography right away, and within a year or so, she was really a top-notch photographer.
During her undergrad years, Danita's hard work on the student newspaper had even earned her a fellowship with the New York Times.
Danita was very excited to be selected to be part of the New York Times Student Journalism Institute. She was, I think, the second person from North Carolina Central to attend.
After graduation, Danita had stayed in Durham, working toward her master's at NCCU, while her boyfriend had moved to Greensboro.
He went off to become a police officer, and they continued to date while he was working.
Danita talked about Jameer all the time, how he was coming to visit one weekend or she was going out to visit him.
The long-distance relationship may have been tough, but once in Greensboro, Jameer had found a way to cope. Shannon.
Neither of the two women knew about each other. You talk about guys being smooth and smooth operators and all that kind of stuff. I guess he was, because somehow he was able to pull this off.
The 60 miles separating his two girlfriends had helped, which was a good thing if Jameer expected to keep Danita in the picture.
If she thought Jameer was cheating on her, she definitely would have put a stop to that.
she would have dropped him right then and there. She had too much pride, and she was too driven and didn't have time for that nonsense or the drama and wouldn't have anything to do with it. She was better than that.
Was that why Jameer had broken things off with Shannon nearly a year earlier? Was he afraid Danita would find out? Of the two women, he had certainly seemed more serious about Danita.
Jameer was head over heels for Danita. She was head over heels. They made a really good couple.
That's why it had come as no surprise to Danita's friends when Jameer proposed to her in November of 2006.
They were very much in love, very excited to get married.
Danita had been especially excited.
She showed that ring everywhere. She kind of always did this and to make sure that she noticed the ring, but she was very, very proud.
But did Shannon notice the engagement ring on Danita's finger when she and Jameer walked into church on Christmas Eve? No one knows for sure, but one thing was certain: the short trip to their seats that Sunday morning was the closest Danita and Jameer would ever come to a trip down the aisle. January 4th, 2007, a week and a half since Danita Smith had walked into church on Jameer Stroud's arm. She was 60 miles away in Durham, back at her apartment near campus.
It was school vacation. People had gone home to visit their families. Nobody was really around at the time.
There were really only 3 or 4 people that still remained there over the holidays.
But the campus wouldn't remain quiet for long.
911, where's your emergency? I just walked out my apartment. She's at the bottom of the stairs, head busted up and blood everywhere. Her name is Danita Smith. Danita, I don't know if she's dead or not.
Police rushed to the complex, and as responding officers secured the scene, they were given an important clue. This had not been the first call from the apartment complex that day.
The call came in that there had been a gunshot.
Coming up, police look into a call that had come in 2 hours before Danita's body had been found.
Somewhere around here.
And the caller hadn't been the only witness.
Boo-hoo crying. That is how he described it. She was very distraught, extremely upset, said she'd heard the gunfire and was trying to make sense out of what happened.
On January 4th, 2007, Durham 911 received a call from a North Carolina Central University student apartment complex. A tenant at the complex had just found a young woman named Danita Smith collapsed at the bottom of a flight of stairs.
Shortly after 10 o'clock, someone was leaving the apartment. He knows someone was laying at the bottom of the steps.
He sees her on the steps. She doesn't appear to be conscious, so he calls 911.
Police and EMTs rushed to the scene, but by the time the ambulance arrived, it was much too late.
She doesn't respond. She's dead.
But how had she died? The man who found the body thought Danita had simply fallen down the stairs.
Well, he thought that the girl had tripped and fallen, and so he called 911 to get someone to help her out.
At first glance, the evidence at the scene appeared to confirm the caller's hunch.
Like a shoe here and a shoe there and a water bottle and her purse.
It was obvious that whatever had happened to Danita, it happened at the top of the staircase.
But had she simply tumbled down the stairs? It didn't take detectives long to figure out there was more to the story. That's because Danita's neighbor had not been the first person to call 911 from the apartment complex that morning. A call had come in from the maintenance man more than an hour earlier.
Somewhere around here.
Officers had responded to that call, but failed to find any evidence of shots fired. That is, until they turned over Danita's body.
Processing the victim's body, we noticed that she had a gunshot wound to the head.
At the briefing, we were actually informed about the 819 shots fired call, and obviously when Danita was found, and pretty much determined that the two were probably one incident.
If that were the case, the maintenance man clearly heard the shot. Homicide detectives wasted no time taking his statement.
At 8:19 in the morning, he's just pretty much killing time smoking a cigarette, and he hears a bang.
He got in his truck and actually drove toward where he thought the noise was coming from.
That's when he saw a young woman shaking and in tears.
He saw a black female walking kind of fast and had her hands over her mouth.
As the young woman got into a burgundy SUV, the maintenance man pulled alongside.
He asks her, "Ma'am, are you okay?" Because she's kind of shaking this and looks a little distraught. And she shakes her head no. He says, did you hear a shot? And she shakes her head yes.
Boo-hoo crying. That is how he described it. She was very distraught, extremely upset, said she'd heard the gunfire and was trying to make sense out of what happened.
Then the young woman drove off as the maintenance man dialed 911.
Yeah, 911, where's your emergency? The campus across the apartment. We heard gunshots coming from somewhere around here.
Did you hear anybody scream afterwards?
No, this young lady that stays over here, she heard it too. She like upset and shaking and stuff like that.
Police responded to the shots fired call, but found nothing out of the ordinary and no trace of the shaken young woman.
Officers responded, circled around, spoke with the complainant, and they were able to come up with nothing. So they left the scene and cleared the call.
Was the shaken young woman the maintenance man saw a witness? Or was it possible the woman in the burgundy Ford Explorer was the shooter? Police would have to dig for more answers. And Danita's body offered one potentially crucial clue. Her killer had struck with deadly precision.
To, make that shot dead center in the back of the head, one typically thinks good marksman.
I mean, it's hard to hit someone in the back of the head with a single gunshot.
While crime scene specialists processed the evidence, detectives started contacting Danita's family, friends, and fiancé. Soon, a small, distraught crowd had gathered at the apartment complex.
The family of Danita Smith was called. Everybody is on the scene. Everybody is upset. Danita Smith's fiancé, Jameer Stroud, was called. Stroud, of course, came to the scene.
And had Jameer known, he might have had extra reason to be emotional. Police were already wondering, was he the marksman who'd killed Danita with a single shot?
Finding that her fiancé, is a law enforcement officer, rose an eyebrow.
Naturally, yes, of course, Jameer Stroud, he did come to mind.
But by the time investigators were finished processing the scene the next day, Jameer was on his way home to Greensboro. Durham police would have to speak with him over the phone.
We start to ask Jameer, look, see how forthcoming he was with any information. Where were you, and what was your work schedule, and that kind of thing.
Jameer readily answered the questions, although his responses were a little vague.
Jameer said on the morning of the murder, actually he was at home in bed because he had just worked the night before.
Then the cop followed up and said, do you know anybody who drives a burgundy Ford Explorer?
His exact words were, "Oh my God."
Jameer not only knew a woman with a burgundy Explorer, he gave the detectives her name.
Mr. Stroud came up with, Shannon Crawley had this, female that I know drives a burgundy SUV.
What's more, according to Jameer, Shannon had been stalking him.
The initial story that was coming out is that, he didn't really know her that well, but she had been stalking him and I guess maybe somewhat obsessed with him.
Was Shannon's supposed stalking somehow connected to Danita's murder? Jameer apparently thought so, and he appeared equally anxious to tell the police all about it.
At that point, Jameer turned the car back around, came and gave us information leading to Shannon Crawley.
What he said behind closed doors that afternoon changed the whole dynamic of the investigation. Shannon wasn't just his alleged stalker. She had also been his lover.
He and Miss Crawley had been involved in a romantic relationship.
Jameer said that he'd stopped seeing Shannon a year earlier, but he also claimed she had had trouble letting go.
He said, when she first joined my church, it's no big deal. A lot of people join that church. When she first moved into my neighborhood, no big deal. A lot of people moved in that neighborhood. He said there were all kinds of red flags that you can look back now and see.
Or was Jameer the one waving a red flag, offering Shannon as an attractive suspect in his place? After all, his alibi about being home in bed when the murder occurred was awfully thin.
I could tell you I was in bed, and you could say you were in bed. We could not prove that.
The investigators could check out Jameer's story about Shannon, however. That evening, Durham police made the hour trip to the Guilford County 911 center.
They went to Greensboro to question Shannon Crawley about the crime. They just wanted to hear from her, get her side of the story.
She was asked if she heard about what happened. She stated she did hear what happened.
Shannon went on to explain that she had been at work for most of the previous day, except for that morning when she was at home with a sick child.
She said that she decided not to take her child to the doctor's appointment, so she called for a babysitter, and then she decided to go into work later on.
Then, when the conversation turned to Jermier Stroud, Shannon told police that it was true that they had dated. But she also said that at the moment, they were merely friends.
I asked her, did she think Jermier was capable of killing Danita? And she said no. I asked her, are you afraid of Jermier? And she said no.
Next, the investigators asked Shannon a few seemingly routine questions.
We asked questions like, had you ever been to Durham? She stated that she's been through Durham, but never actually to Durham for a specific reason.
Then, they asked Shannon if she owned a gun.
She said no, she's never owned a gun. She's afraid of guns. But given that kind of information and how forthcoming she was with everything else, I had really no reason to doubt anything at that point.
The investigators did need to corroborate Shannon's statement, however. On January 6th, working with the Greensboro Police Department, they executed a search warrant on Shannon's Explorer. And what they found suddenly gave Durham police reason to doubt everything she'd told them.
The police and forensics found there was a gun powder residue on the steering wheel of the car.
Had Shannon lied to police? The suspicion was confirmed when another witness came forward.
She had a coworker that came up and said, so I want to tell you that I sold Shannon Crawley a gun.
In a written statement, the coworker said he had sold Shannon a .38 revolver a couple months before the shooting.
There's nothing wrong with buying the gun. The transaction was perfectly legal, but my point is why lie about it?
Was Shannon trying to protect someone? Hoping for answers, police subpoenaed both Shannon's and Jermier's cell phone records. The logs appeared to confirm that Jermier was in Greensboro the day of the murder, but not Shannon.
She was in Durham the day of the offense and extremely close to the address of the victim's apartment complex.
Between the co-worker's story about the gun and the phone records, the police had proof that Shannon had lied to them at least twice, giving them more than enough probable cause for an arrest. On January 9th, Durham police tracked Shannon to her sister's house in Greensboro.
Her children were crying. Her family was crying. She came out with no emotion. She came out like she was checking the mail.
Later that evening at the Durham police station, Shannon still did not appear worried.
Miss Crawley's mugshot, which actually was the first time that I saw her likeness, she was smiling in her mugshot.
Coming up, Shannon has a new story for police.
I got out of the car, started up the sidewalk to the breezeway, and I heard a gunshot.
On January 9th, 2007, it had been less than a week since Danita Smith was murdered outside her apartment. But Durham police had already made an arrest. Shannon Crawley not only matched a witness's description of a woman fleeing the scene, she had once dated Danita's fiancé, Greensboro police officer Jermier Stroud.
Information rolls out and you immediately start putting two and two together and going, oh my God, this is a jealousy thing.
It was definitely rumors as to why a woman would be so enraged that she had to shoot another woman.
A memorial service for Danita was held on North Carolina Central's campus. At the service, Danita was given a posthumous honor.
They named the newsroom after her at the Campus Echo.
And I think that meant a lot to the family. It's just symbolic things that help you, accept that loss.
But soon, the room named in Danita Smith's honor would be abuzz with news about her murder investigation. But this time, it would be Shannon Crawley making headlines and accusations. On May 30th, just 3 weeks after she'd been released on $175,000 bond, Shannon walked into the Durham Police Department with her attorney.
She wanted to explain some of the evidence that had come out.
She told police Jameer was the one doing the stalking in their relationship, not her.
He would continuously call me on my cell phone at work. It would interrupt the radio. He would come in communications and stand in the hallway and stare at me.
Shannon said that it was Jameer's odd behavior at the 911 center that had prompted the coworker to offer her the gun for protection.
I decided then that it may be a good idea to have something to protect myself because he always has his gun with him. And there wouldn't be anything I could do if he tried to hurt me or my children.
At this point, she did acknowledge the fact that, yeah, she had the weapon.
But she also claimed she had immediately regretted the decision.
She thought that even though she had the gun, she wouldn't be capable of firing it had the circumstances arisen.
She said that she was very fearful of guns, so she threw that gun away.
But why hadn't she told police the truth from the start?
Do you still stand by the story that you've never owned a gun?
The gun that I bought from I had for all of a day and a half.
But had she thrown it away too soon? According to Shannon, Jameer threatened her with a gun of his own on the morning of January 4th, 2007.
Shannon told investigators that Jameer Stroud had come to her home in Greensboro and forced her to get in the car and go with him to Durham.
She stated that Jameer lifted up his shirt, showed her with gun, and put his finger over his mouth, telling her to be quiet.
He said, "I'll make it real simple. Either your children die or you die for your children." And he knew at that point it wasn't a question. I told him, okay, that was fine. I called into work. I told him that my son had a doctor's appointment and that I would be late.
He forces her to go with him. They pull into the parking lot right in front of Danita's building.
He got out, took my keys and my cell phone. He went up the stairs. A few more minutes passed and I heard him arguing, him yelling at someone.
Shannon said she'd decided to try and figure out what was going on.
I got out of the car, started up the sidewalk to the breezeway, and I heard a gunshot.
Shannon said Jameer had then run back to her car and jumped into the driver's seat.
I started to get in the back seat and the door was locked. And I told him, I can't get in, the door is locked. He got out of the driver's seat by sliding up over the back seat and got into the back seat and just told me to get in. I got in the driver's seat and I started to leave.
She had stated that the gunshot residue that was found on the steering wheel of her vehicle was from where he initially jumped into the driver's seat before crawling into the back seat.
According to Shannon, Jameer had remained in the back seat as the maintenance man approached in his truck.
I stopped at the black truck and the man asked me if I was all right. I said, shook my head no. He said, did you hear a gunshot? I said, yes.
She said that Jameer Stroud was actually in the back seat the entire time.
He would kick at the chair when I would continue talking to him. You know, I'm trying to glance in the back seat, but still trying to look at him, getting him to realize that he was in the back seat.
But the maintenance man never saw Jameer. And when he drove off to search for the source of the shot, Shannon said there was nothing she could do.
I watched the truck go up the hill and drive away from me, and I made the left. And I went out of the complex, got back on 85, and came back towards Greensboro.
On the drive home, Shannon said she had talked to her children, the call that had placed her in Durham that day.
She pretty much gave us what happened, but just placing him there.
Shannon didn't claim to know why Jameer would want to kill Danita, but maintained he was violent enough to do so. But why hadn't she said so from the beginning?
Investigator West asked you, did you think Jameer was violent? You said no.
I don't recall saying no. He is violent. And he's threatened me on numerous occasions. He knows that I'm afraid of him. He knows what to say.
Is that inconsistent? Not really. When you talk to people who deal with domestic violence and battered women, you know, if they got a thing for the guy, they got a thing for the guy. Love or lust can make you do some crazy things.
And Shannon maintained that her fear of Jameer and his threats to her children had kept her from coming forward.
I wasn't going to take a chance of him doing anything to them. He knows where I live. He knows where my family lives. He knows how to find me. He knows my routine. He knows where I am all the time.
Could Jameer have set Shannon up to take the fall? After all, Jameer was a cop and would presumably know how to frame a crime.
Her story that she gave in May, some of it was plausible.
Plausible or not, Jameer denied everything when questioned by the police.
Mr. Stroud continued to maintain his innocence and, basically proclaimed that he was a victim in all of this.
Jameer wasn't the only one claiming to be a victim, however. After making her statement, Shannon certainly acted as if she still feared her ex-boyfriend. Out on bail and awaiting trial, she loaded up the kids and left town.
She moved to Charlotte to live with her family. They live in the Charlotte area.
But the 100 miles she had put between her and Jameer did little to deter the stalking, she claimed.
She said that Jameer Stroud was calling all the time, that he was really bothering her.
He didn't stop at threatening phone calls, according to Shannon. In June of 2008, a year after she had accused him of murder, Shannon would make another accusation against Jameer. Only this time, she wouldn't make the accusation at the police station. She would make it from a hospital bed. Early on the morning of June 20th, 2008, Shannon Crawley walked into a Charlotte ER and reported she had just been raped.
She told police a very vivid story about how she went outside to walk the dog.
Her dogs were barking because they heard someone outside, and so she went outside to walk her dogs, and Jameer was there and raped her for 3 hours.
Coming up, Shannon tells her story in court.
The rape allegation was something that they thought it showed a pattern.
And the jury hears a shocking phone call.
You gonna kill me too?
When Shannon Crawley's trial began in February 2010, the proceedings at the Durham County Courthouse had all the makings for a movie of the week. A love triangle that ended in tragic death, dueling murder accusations, and an attractive cast.
It was that whole soap opera thing. Shannon Crawley is not bad on the eyes at all. Denise Smith was a beautiful girl. And then you got Jameer Jackson Stroud, very handsome guy.
Jameer may have been good-looking, but Shannon insisted that he was also violent. More than a year after the murder, she had even accused him of sexual assault. But Charlotte police found no evidence to support Shannon's accusations. Unlike Danita's murder, Jameer had a solid alibi for the alleged assault on Shannon.
He was in Greensboro when he was supposed to be raping her at 2:30 in the morning in Charlotte.
He has a receipt that he was in Greensboro at McDonald's.
And Shannon's attorneys had fought to keep the alleged rape from coming up at her trial.
The rape allegation was something that the defense wanted to keep out of the case altogether.
But the judge ruled Shannon's charges against Jameer were relevant, which was good news for the prosecutors.
It was something that the prosecution wanted to get into the trial because they thought it showed a pattern of her trying to hurt Jameer, get back at Jameer.
According to prosecutors, Danita's murder was part of the same vindictive pattern.
The prosecution's closing argument, of course, centered on the fact that Shannon Crawley had killed Danita Smith because she was jealous of Danita's relationship with Jameer Stroud.
The defense, in their open, stuck with the argument Shannon had been maintaining for 2.5 years.
The defense presented this theory that Jameer Stroud was actually the one that killed Danita Smith and that Shannon Crawley was just along for the ride.
But Jameer had never been charged in the murder.
It really honestly took me a long time to rule him out. It really did. But I've spoken with him several times, several different occasions, and his stories always remain consistent. He's not proud of his story. There's nothing to be proud of. But it was always consistent.
And on February 11th, Jameer took the stand as the prosecution's star witness.
When Jameer Stroud walked in, Shannon Crawley just tensed up. I mean, you could tell he was in the room. She was greatly affected by him walking in.
They escorted him in. He's looking sharp, looking smooth. I could see why the ladies might be attracted to him.
In his testimony, Jameer didn't deny being a ladies' man. But he was also adamant that he had put his womanizing behind him once he had broken things off with Shannon.
He was asked if he loved Danita Smith, and he said yes, that he very much wanted to marry her.
On cross-examination, the defense questioned Jameer's sincerity. After all, hadn't he been dating Danita the whole time he was seeing Shannon?
There's not a great deal that you could do to make him look favorable. I mean, there's nothing great about what he did, nothing good at all.
But it was Shannon, not Jameer, who had fired the fatal shot, the prosecutors claimed. As proof, they called Shannon's former co-worker to the stand to reiterate what he had told police 3 years earlier.
The individual that sold the gun to Shannon stated that he sold her a .38 caliber revolver.
During the investigation, Shannon had initially denied owning a gun, and when caught in that lie, said she'd thrown the .38 away. And although a murder weapon had never been found, on February 15th, prosecutors called the state firearms expert to the stand. In his testimony, he revealed a significant detail about the bullet fragments recovered during Danita's autopsy.
After receiving the bullet fragment from the medical examiner's office, it was determined that the bullet was a .38 caliber.
Prosecutors had provided Shannon with a motive and connected her to a potential murder weapon. But was it enough to convict the single mother of murder? When her attorneys started presenting her defense on February 18th, Shannon appeared confident of an acquittal.
It was like she was just here for, paying a bill or something. You would have never have known she was on trial for murder.
And she appeared just as confident later that same afternoon when she took the stand in her own defense.
She seemed very sure of herself. She was poised.
And she was also well rehearsed.
Shannon's testimony was almost a mirror image of the story that she gave in May of 2007.
Just like in 2007, Shannon testified that Jameer had forced her to come along on his road trip to kill Danita. But what about the cell phone records that placed Jameer in Greensboro? According to Shannon, they were part of Jameer's well-orchestrated plan.
According to her story, he'd be smart. Keep your cell phone away. I mean, he's a police officer. He knows how investigations work.
If you didn't have the proof, you might have believed her. She was convincing. If you ignored the facts, she was very convincing.
Shannon may have been convincing on the stand, but how was she on tape? During cross-examination, the DA confronted Shannon with a series of tapes they had secured from the defense during discovery.
He had it up there on the witness stand, the boom box. He pressed play and let him play for a while, let the jurors take it in, let them absorb it.
Shannon had given the tapes to her attorneys months earlier, claiming they were recordings of threatening phone calls Jameer had made to her. But the defense hadn't used them as part of their case, and the reason was soon obvious.
You gonna kill me too?
We all heard Jameer testify, and he had a pretty deep voice. And whoever this person was on the other end of the phone was, had a high-pitched voice.
Folks were like, are you kidding me? This stuff, this is so fake.
You need to tell the truth.
Man, I ain't going to jail.
And I'm supposed to for something I didn't do?
Closing arguments came the next day.
The prosecutor touched on a number of the different claims that had come up, the rape allegation, also the audio tapes that were made.
Does anybody truly believe that that makes any kind of sense? That somebody who did the things that she's saying Jameer did would call and say those kinds of things and basically just confess and admit to killing Danita?
He said specifically to the jury, she is playing you. She is trying to play you. If it sounds too good to be true, if it sounds fabricated, it is.
In his closing, Shannon's attorney relied on reasonable doubt, imploring jurors not to send a young mother to jail unless they were absolutely sure that Shannon, not Jameer, was guilty of Danita's murder.
I think it all really came down to whether or not the jury believed Jameer. Did they believe he was a good person? Did they believe that he could do something like this? Because if they did believe that, then they definitely would not convict her.
Coming up, the verdict prompts surprising words from the judge.
He said Jameer Jackson Stroud created the perfect storm for all of this to happen.
In February of 2010, the 2-week trial of Shannon Crawley had come to a close. She was accused of killing Danita Smith, the fiancée of Shannon's former lover. Followers of the case had been waiting a long time on its outcome, and on February 22nd, the waiting was over.
When it was time for the verdict, word got out, and the folks from the courtroom, everybody swarmed in, and literally standing room only.
3 years earlier, Danita Smith had been killed by a single shot to the head. And that afternoon, it only took a single word to take Shannon down.
They pronounced her guilty of first-degree murder with malice, deliberation, and perpetration.
Looking at Danita's family, there was a collective sigh of relief that the one is finally over. They don't have to worry about this anymore. And two, that she was convicted.
Shannon, on the other hand, showed little reaction.
She didn't break down and fall to pieces. I mean, she shook a little bit and her head dropped and she was upset, and her parents were upset.
There didn't appear to be a lot of emotion there. I remember the judge asking her if there was anything that she wanted to say, and she said no.
Shannon elected not to speak, but Danita's family certainly took the opportunity.
I hope you rot in hell. Because you took something from me. You had no right to do that. She didn't do anything. You shouldn't even know you.
And when it came time to sentence Shannon, there was no choice. She received a mandatory sentence of life in prison without parole.
When the judge told Shannon Crawley, told this 30-year-old woman that she's going to jail for the rest of her life, she had this look on her face, as they say, as if she's seen a ghost.
But the judge wasn't finished. He also had strong words for Jameer.
He said Jameer Jackson Stroud created the perfect storm for all of this to happen. Now, he didn't say that Jameer Stroud planned Danita Smith's murder or forced anybody to pull the trigger, but he created an environment for this type of thing to happen.
But while Jameer Stroud once betrayed Danita Smith, Shannon Crawley is the one convicted of her murder.
If you put all the emotion aside, cheating is not an uncommon thing. People cheat all the time, nobody gets shot.
They were two very similar young women.
She loved kids. She wanted to be a teacher from day one.
She had a degree in early childhood development. She had dreams of opening a daycare one day.
But was a love of children all they shared?
He is very confident, almost cocky, and he had a good job.
He's a wolf in sheep clothing.
And when one of the young women ended up dead, police were soon on the hunt for a killer.
Whoever fired the weapon shot her point blank at very close range.
But was it the two-timing boyfriend?
He motherfucker I had something to do with the shit.
Or was it the other woman?
As far as just like this full-out blown romantic love affair, that's not what it was. It really wasn't.
Ridgeland, Mississippi, November 29, 2006. It was around 8:30 in the evening when Carla Hughes placed a call to her mother.
She said she'd gone jogging and she'd, been to the park and she was cooling down. And we were talking about our day.
But as Carla spoke to her, the 25-year-old schoolteacher's day was about to take a drastic turn.
She said, "Hold on, Ma." And she said, "This is Keon."
The caller was Keon Pittman, a co-worker of Carla's at Chastain Middle School.
He was a head basketball coach and also a teacher at that school.
And when it came to women, the coach was also a player.
He is a very average-looking guy, but very, very confident in himself. Almost a little cocky.
But on that particular evening, Keon Pittman didn't sound at all confident. He sounded scared. Within moments, Carla Hughes was back on the line with her mother.
She came back, she said, "Oh my God, Ma, somebody's done something to Avis."
Avis was Keon's fiance.
They had begun dating for over a year and a half. They were set to be married in January.
The wedding would never happen. According to what Keon told Carla, he'd just come home and discovered his would-be wife dead in their garage.
She had been shot multiple times. She had been stabbed. Her throat had been slashed.
I said, if somebody's come and done something to Avis, Keon needs to call the police.
Keon took Linda Hughes' advice, more or less.
Keon Pittman runs to the next door neighbor, screaming, knocking at the door.
The neighbor immediately dialed 911.
911, where's your emergency? Somebody just ran to my door hollering and screaming that somebody needs help.
She didn't realize until her husband opened up the front door to see who was out there that it was Keon.
What's wrong? He said somebody done killed his wife.
Police arrived on the scene minutes later.
They had responded to a call about an individual who had found his fiancée murdered in their home.
But had he done more than just find her? The more police dug into the case, the more they were puzzled by Keon's actions that night. Why would a man with a cell phone ask the neighbors to call 911?
That's quite unusual, because if this is someone that you love that's carrying your child, quite naturally, you're going to just dial 911.
Hello, I'm Carla Hughes, and I'm from Greenville, Mississippi.
Growing up in Mississippi, Carla Hughes' childhood was an unbroken string of successes.
She was always on the honor roll. She was in student council.
The straight-A student was also popular.
Cheerleading, band, she was heavily involved. She was real social.
She was one of those eternal cheerleader type people, you know? She was always happy, always bubbly.
When she smiles, she lights up the room.
And as a regular competitor in state and regional beauty pageants, Carla's smile also lit up the stage.
Carla Hughes is one of the sweetest, just all-around girls you'd ever want to meet. She's polite, she's very mannerable.
Her character is so good, it makes her pretty, you know?
She has the tiaras and sashes to prove it, too.
She was Washington County Junior Miss and Miss Greenville team.
In fact, there was only one major setback in Carla's long litany of achievements: her 2004 engagement, just after graduating from the University of Southern Mississippi.
A couple nights before the wedding, her fiancé called it off.
And her fiancé not only walked out on Carla.
Carla Hughes was pregnant at the time.
The father backing out, of the situation was kind of disappointing, but, we sucked it up like we always do. When problems occur, and we moved on.
Carla had the baby boy and got a master's degree from Belhaven College.
I was not concerned about her being a single mom. I knew that she could handle it.
She loved kids. She wanted to be a teacher from day one.
Shortly after receiving her master's, Carla returned home to Greenville and took a teaching job.
She was a kindergarten teacher here. And all the kids loved her, whether they were in her classroom or not.
And you could just see Carla just light up. She was so proud of those kids.
She stayed in school too, working towards an education specialty degree from Delta State University.
She's very smart, energetic, and motivated, a great role model for the other young people.
I would even tease her, are you going to teach or are you going to be a student? But she was always trying to better herself.
To better herself further, Carla took a new job in Jackson, Mississippi at the end of the 2006 school year.
It was a better position. It was a lead teacher position. It was more promising, I think.
It was also more money.
Salary had a lot to do with it because here in the Delta, black teachers don't make a lot of money.
Hired shortly before school started, she had to scramble. Leaving her young son with her parents, she temporarily rented an apartment not far from her new job.
It's kind of a rough area. I mean, not totally rough, but was kind of heading that way at that time.
I was concerned about the safety, but school was about to start. She had to have somewhere to live.
Carla's mom had reason to be concerned. Less than 3 months after her daughter moved in, the apartment was broken into.
There was a break-in that she reported to Jackson police in early October.
Someone that attempted to break in through the back entrance. And I told her if she don't feel comfortable just getting out, like going in, she can call me.
Carla was soon in the market for a new place to live. But she was more than satisfied with her job at Chastain Middle.
She loved it. She was a cheer coach, and she was involved in some other things. Every service project that I think that they had on campus, she tried to be a part of it.
Carla had also made new friends, including a fellow teacher named Keon Pittman.
He was a basketball coach, taught school, apparently good with kids. People liked him.
Women were especially fond of the 31-year-old athlete.
Keon Pittman isn't a looker, so to speak. You know, he's not this fantastic-looking guy, but he is charismatic.
Was Carla taken in by Keon's charms? She certainly became a regular at the restaurant where Keon moonlighted as a bartender. And as the co-workers became closer friends, they even took a trip to Carla's hometown together.
He came here with her once. I met him for about a good 2 minutes. She just introduced to me as, "Daddy, this is my friend."
But were they more than friends? Carla never said, and with good reason. Keon was engaged to a woman named Avis Banks. Avis Banks only knew Carla as her fiancé's co-worker, but the two women could easily have been friends. Their backgrounds were almost carbon copies.
Avis Banks was from Vicksburg, Mississippi. Went to college, she got a college degree.
She had a degree in early childhood development. She had dreams of opening a daycare one day.
She started dating Keon Pittman in 2004. The couple moved to Jackson the following year once Keon took the coaching job at Chastain Middle.
If it took 1 or 2 jobs to make it, he would do it. He's a very good provider.
Avis took a job at a local daycare. Not long after, she became pregnant. And with a baby on the way, the couple bought a house in the Jackson suburb of Ridgeland.
She found out she was pregnant, and he said he didn't want to take their baby home to an apartment.
The wedding was scheduled for January, assuming Keon didn't get cold feet.
We knew that Avis wanted to be married to him, but I don't think he really wanted to be married yet.
But soon, a wedding would be the least of Keon's worries. On the evening of November 29, 2006, Avis Banks was nearing the end of her second trimester.
She was 5 months pregnant at the time.
And when she left work that evening, the expectant mother was exhausted.
She was tired. She'd stayed a little bit over that day at work.
Approximately 5:15, Avis Banks gets off work. She's on her way home. She places a call to Keon Pittman, her fiance.
Keon was also working late that night.
Basketball practice that begins that evening somewhere around 5:30.
Keon Pittman talks to her on the phone on her way home from work, asking her what she wants for supper. She was pregnant, didn't really feel like cooking, so he said he would pick up something for supper and bring it home.
Then he said he had to go. Basketball practice was about to start. Moments later, at a little after 5:30 p.m., Avis pulled into the driveway and stopped at the mailbox.
Avis had a habit of getting her mail out of the mailbox and driving into the garage.
Garage door is normally down during the day. She raised the garage door, pulled her car in, let the garage door down behind her.
She always pulls in and closes the garage door before she gets out of her car.
But that night, just as she thought she was safely home, Avis Banks stepped out of her car and straight into a death trap. Avis Banks' dead body lay on the garage floor for the next 3 hours.
Miss Banks' body was discovered by her fiancé, Keon Pittman, when he arrived home about 8:45 from basketball practice.
He runs over to her, and he says he tried to shake her and wake her up, and she wouldn't, and he just saw the blood, and he kissed her on her lips.
But he didn't call 911. Instead, Keon used his cell phone to call Carla Hughes, interrupting the phone call between Carla and her mother.
She said, "He wants me to come there." I said, "Well, you don't go."
And it was only after he had called Carla that Keon tried to summon help. But this time he didn't use his phone.
He went to the next door neighbor and he pounded on the next door neighbor's door.
The next door neighbor actually thought that her house was getting broken into, so she calls 911.
911, where's your emergency?
Our dispatch center received a call from a lady who indicated there was somebody on her front doorstep who was screaming frantically. She wasn't sure what the problem was.
Guy running from door to door.
While she's still on the line, she recognizes that it's Mr. Pittman.
I think it's the next door neighbor.
The neighbor stayed on the phone, but sent her husband outside to talk to Keon.
She sent her husband to try to see what the problem was.
And she hears what's going on, and she relays to them that Mr. Pittman's found his fiancée dead.
Coming up, the scene yields clues to the killer's identity.
There was a clear impression of a shoe print on the door.
And questioning Carla uncovers a possible motive.
I told her, I said, I would never want you to leave her for me.
Ridgeland, Mississippi, November 29, 2006. Police arrived at the home of Keon Pittman and Avis Banks at around 8:45 p.m. Neighbors had called 911 moments earlier after Keon had come home and found Avis's body.
And when he finds his body of his fiancée there in the garage, he reacts in a very emotional manner.
Judging from where Avis Banks' body was and the items scattered around her, police figured she'd been ambushed.
She was trapped there in the garage.
As she started toward the entrance door into the house, that's when we feel like the surprise attack was on.
Based on the wounds on Avis's body, investigators figured the attacker's first shot struck her in the thigh.
We think that shot knocked her down. The second gunshot missed her because we did have one projectile that traveled through the garage door without ever even striking her.
The next 3 shots didn't miss, however.
Whoever fired the weapon walked over to her and shot her point blank at very close range.
The final gunshot wound to the back of the head, which best described as just an execution-style shot.
And Avis's attacker hadn't stopped there.
Our violator in this crime inflicted injuries on her with some type of a knife, 3 stab wounds and a slash wound to the throat.
But why would someone kill Avis? Police found a possible clue at the back door.
There had been a break-in. The back door was kicked in.
It appeared the assailant had also ransacked the inside of the house.
The residence was in a state of disarray. Drawers open, clothes thrown around.
Did that mean Avis had surprised a burglar? The investigators at the scene didn't think so.
DVD player, flat screen television, none of the electronic equipment was disturbed.
Avis's injuries didn't appear to be the quick work of a surprised burglar either.
Looking at the stab wounds and the cuts, it was a crime of passion with someone who really wanted her dead.
To the detectives at the scene, the passionate nature of the crime and the fact that few valuables appeared to be missing could only add up to one thing.
They believed that this burglary had been staged to cover up the death of Miss Banks.
But who would want Avis dead? In staging the burglary, it looked as if the killer may have made one crucial mistake.
There was a clear impression of a shoe print on the door where entry was forced into the house.
Apparently left inadvertently on the door, the print could prove an important clue in identifying the killer. Crime scene technicians photographed the footprint while detectives drove Keon down to the station for questioning.
We decided to get him away from the scene where all the emotions were.
Taken to the police station and placed in an interrogation room for observation, Keon's emotions were still running high as he placed several calls on his cell phone. But was he upset by Avis's death, or that police might try and pin him with her murder?
I don't like this at all. These motherfuckers think I had something to do with the shit.
But when the investigators finally sat down with Keon later that evening, they tried to reassure him.
He felt like at that point that he was being targeted, that he was the suspect. And as I instructed him or informed him, this is a routine investigation, basically.
Whenever you have a murder and you find the person that discovered the body, you always have to start with that person.
There were several things that puzzled the investigators. For starters, although Keon had used his cell phone to call numerous people from the police station, he asked the neighbors to dial 911.
When he was asked about why he didn't make the 911 call, his only explanation was that the service plan that he has through his cell phone company, he wasn't sure where the call would be routed.
The answer struck the investigators as odd.
If it's a cell phone, you can dial 911 and it will call 911.
Suspicious, the investigators asked Keon to retrace his steps that afternoon and evening.
He'd finished up school that day, ran some errands, picked up some groceries.
He had not gone home, however. Instead, Keon said he had dropped the groceries at an apartment near the school that belonged to a friend and fellow teacher at Chastain Middle, Carla Hughes.
He had to go to basketball practice and he didn't want the food to spoil. So he goes to the grocery store, to Carla Hughes' house, drops off the groceries there.
Miss Hughes did have an apartment that was between the school where they worked and Mr. Pittman's home.
Then, according to Keon, he'd gone back to basketball practice.
He had conducted basketball practice, finished up there around 7:30 or so that night.
And after practice was over with, he went back to Carla's house, got his food, and went home, and that's when he found Avis in the garage.
The interview over, the police let Keon leave, but only after they collected some additional evidence.
Keon Pittman still was obviously a person of interest to us. We took GSR, which is gunshot residue testing of his hands, and we took possession of his clothes.
The swabs, along with Keon's clothes and shoes, went to the crime lab for testing. While waiting for the results, police started digging into Keon Pittman's background and trying to confirm his alibi.
We needed to put him at basketball practice at the time the murder happened.
That was the plan, but the investigation took on a decidedly different tack on November 30th when police stopped by the restaurant where Keon worked on the side and came across a familiar name.
Detective Dillard made a visit to find out some history on Keon, maybe who some of his associates were. One of the names that came up was Carla Hughes.
Keon had been by Carla's apartment the evening of the murder, and the two teachers apparently socialized outside work.
What is exactly this relationship? Is there anything here we need to know that would have caused him to commit this murder?
Keon's co-workers didn't know anything specific, and Avis's parents knew even less.
They showed us some pictures of Carla and asked, "Do we know Carla Hughes?" And I told them no. It's the first time I heard it.
The next day, on December 1st, the detectives drove to Chastain Middle School to interview Carla Hughes.
She came up to the office and she was crying just hysterically.
Miss Hughes was very upset, told him she was upset because of what had happened to Mr. Pittman, that he had found his fiancée dead.
And that's not all Carla told the officer.
She told me, without a doubt, emphatically no, that they were not romantically involved.
The detectives did have more questions for Carla, however. They asked her to come into the station after work.
She was very understanding as to what we were doing, what we were looking for, what we needed to talk to her about. She didn't have any problems coming in and talking to us.
That afternoon in the interrogation room, Carla walked the detectives through the evening of Avis's murder.
We talked right after work, after we dismissed the kids. And he told me he was going to go to the grocery store, and then he'd be at my house right after that.
And according to Carla, Keon had come back by her apartment after basketball practice.
He came by around 7:35, something like that. He stayed about 45 minutes.
She's giving me times, and she's basically providing an alibi for Keon.
Carla also told detectives about the call she had received that night, moments after Keon had found Avis's body.
He would call me screaming.
Is it unusual for him to, or does he normally call you when you get home? Say, hey, I need to go home?
Usually.
The news that Keon had found his fiancée dead and proceeded to call another woman immediately aroused the investigators' suspicion.
That began them to really question what was going on.
I mean, you know, sometimes he'll call as soon as he gets home, and we may talk on the phone.
His girlfriend, his wife, his son.
At home.
And what had Avis thought of all the time Keon and Carla spent talking on the phone?
She knew we were friends. I mean, it was times we were together, and he would call her, like, for instance, if we went out to eat, you know, me, him, and the other coaches, or sometimes just me and him, if we were hanging out, he would call her, and he'd be like, I'm with Carla, you know, or whatever. So she knew about me.
Did they do more than just hang out? Earlier at school, she'd emphatically denied any romantic relationship with Keon, but her story changed in the interrogation room.
Were you two romantically involved? Don't lie to me about this.
I'm not.
Okay.
Are you two involved with each other?
Yes.
There was a romantic / sexual relationship that was going on with Mr. Pittman.
According to Carla, her relationship with Keon wasn't serious.
As far as just like this full-out blown romantic love affair, that's not what it was. It really wasn't.
And Carla claims she had been no threat to Avis.
I told myself I would never want you to leave her for me, or for anybody.
Carla also denied having anything to do with Avis's death.
You own a gun?
No, I don't.
Do you have access to it?
No, I don't. I mean, my father has a lot of guns. He's a hunter. But I don't have them.
Coming up, police receive an important phone call.
There was a valuable piece of evidence that they were holding.
But will the new evidence lead police to the killer or an accomplice?
He knew that Carla knew something about it.
By the early afternoon of December 1st, 2006, it had been less than 48 hours since the murder of Avis Banks. But Ridgeland, Mississippi police already had two strong suspects. The first was Avis's fiancé, Keon Pittman.
At this point, I'm still thinking that Keon is our main suspect.
Keon may have appeared to be a family man expecting a child with his fiancée. But the police knew that he had also been having an affair with their second suspect, Carla Hughes.
She did confess to having a romantic relationship with him. But once we found out that there was a sexual relationship, she became a suspect at that point.
Had the lovers conspired to kill Avis? Or was the affair with Carla merely Keon's motive? The police needed more evidence.
We subpoenaed Keon Pittman's cell phone records. We subpoenaed Carla Hughes' cell phone records, as well as Avis Banks.
Keon's clothes and gunshot residue test had also been sent to the crime lab for processing. Until the results came back, the only hard evidence police had was a shoe print on the back door of Avis's house, and the 4 .38 caliber slugs recovered from her body.
The autopsy indicated that that's the caliber gun we were looking for.
4 slugs, the absence of shell casings at the scene, and a single bullet hole in the garage door provided additional clues about the murder weapon.
Based off the processing of the crime scene, we felt like we were looking for a 5-shot revolver.
Then, on the morning of December 5th, Ridgeland police received a phone call that would prove crucial to the case.
We got a phone call from a local attorney in Canton, Mississippi, who indicated that there was a valuable piece of evidence that they were holding.
Police found out just how valuable when they met with the attorney and his client later that same day.
They brought us a Rossi .38 special 5-shot revolver.
Even more interesting to police was who had come forward with the gun.
Carla Hughes, that's my first cousin. Our mothers are sisters.
James Nash and Patrick Nash were the uncle and first cousin of Carla Hughes.
According to Patrick Nash, Carla had dropped by his house on Sunday, November 26th, just 3 days before Avis's murder.
Miss Hughes told her cousin that she needed to borrow a weapon for protection.
She had concerns about the neighborhood, according to Patrick.
She had some trouble at her townhome. There'd been some break-ins over there.
I told her if she don't feel comfortable just getting out, like going in, she can get some mace and strap it onto her purse.
But Carla wasn't interested in that advice, her cousin claimed.
That was when she asked me how many guns did I have.
Patrick loaned his cousin a .38 caliber Rossi revolver. She brought it back 4 days later, on December 1st.
She was telling me the police came up to the school and, just asking different questions.
And as police now knew, at least one of Carla's answers had been a lie.
She had denied to law enforcement that she had access to a weapon.
Not just any weapon either. As Patrick explained to police, the gun had been loaded when he loaned it to Carla.
When she brought it back, wasn't any bullets left. Just when I asked her, "Hey Carla, you still got them bullets?" And that when she told me that she went target practice.
Was it true? Or had police recovered 4 of those projectiles from Avis Banks' body? Carla's cousin provided one more clue. The loaded gun wasn't all he had loaned her.
He also gave her a lock blade folding hunting-type knife.
Miss Banks was killed not only by multiple gunshot wounds, she was stabbed several times.
Carla had not returned the knife.
A knife I pretty much just offered to her. I told her she can have the knife.
Police now had the gun, however. They sent the suspected murder weapon to the crime lab for testing and then asked Carla to come in for more questioning.
She had retained counsel at that time, so we reached out to her attorney.
They told me they wanted to talk to her and asked me if I would bring her so that they could talk to her.
On Wednesday, December 6th, Carla was back in an interrogation room at the Ridgeland police station.
She wasn't quite as confident as she was on that Friday interview. I think she knew at that point that she was going to jail for some type of crime.
She was right. The investigators informed her that she was being arrested as an accessory to murder.
That meant to me that they were focusing on Pittman and they felt like she had helped him in some way.
And the accessory charges were obviously a push to get Carla to finger Keon as Avis's killer.
I was hoping that Carla would come forward and say, look, this is what I want to do. I want to cut a deal.
The investigators would be disappointed.
She refused to speak with law enforcement, so we were unable to get any additional information from her.
Was Carla protecting Keon? Or was there another explanation for her silence? The day after she was arrested, detectives went to Carla's apartment with a search warrant.
We were looking for various pieces of evidence to include the shell casings, maybe some blood-stained clothes.
Police were also keeping their eyes out for the knife Patrick had allegedly loaned to Carla and shoes that matched the print found at the crime scene.
The tread pattern that had been found at the crime scene. The rear door to the house had been kicked open, and the tread pattern was photographed and documented.
There was no trace of the knife, but in an upstairs closet, police did find a possible match for the shoe print.
As luck would have it, the first pair of shoes that I put my hands on, once I entered the upper room closet, was tread design that was similar to those shoes.
The shoes went to the crime lab for analysis. While awaiting the results, the Madison County District Attorney's Office decided to turn up the heat on Carla. On December 8th, they charged her with 2 counts of capital murder.
One for the murder, the death of Avis Banks, and another for the death of her unborn child.
In the state of Mississippi, the unborn fetus at the gestation period of 5 months is considered a human being.
Those who knew Carla met the murder charges with utter disbelief.
That had to be a mistake. People need to stop lying. That's not true.
It's just indescribable. You know, it felt like a ton of bricks had fallen on my head.
Were the police truly convinced Carla was the killer? Or were the new charges merely additional leverage aimed at convincing her to flip?
The detective told me that he felt that Pittman is the one that committed this crime, and he knew that Carla knew something about it.
And with police still awaiting the results of his gunshot residue test and confirmation of his alibi, Keon appeared to be worried. He said as much when he was interviewed by a local TV station.
From the very jump, it seems to me like I have been treated as a #1 suspect or the person that they're looking for. And I mean, it's how do you go back to that? You know, and it's
Coming up, the case goes to court, but will Carla be the one on trial?
Evidence is going to show you Keon Pittman had a motive for murder.
All eyes were on Carla Hughes when she took her seat at the front of the room on October 5th, 2009. She was about to stand trial for the murder of Avis Banks and her unborn child.
people were really wondering, you know, how could a woman that had such a bright future manage to find herself in a situation such as this?
According to Carla, it was all a horrible mistake. But when the prosecutor stood and delivered his opening statement that morning, he said the evidence would confirm that Carla had killed Avis out of sheer jealousy.
She wanted to be with Keon Pittman. She wanted to have a house and she wanted to raise a family.
She wanted Avis' life. She wanted her lifestyle. She wanted what Avis had.
And prosecutors claim that Keon's refusal to leave Avis had been a particularly bitter blow for Carla.
I'm sure that brought up a lot of hurt feelings from her relationship before, where her fiancé called off the marriage a couple nights before the wedding.
According to the prosecution, Carla's bitter jealousy had cost Avis her life, and it could potentially cost Carla hers too. The DA wrapped his opening argument by telling jurors that should they convict Carla, he was prepared to seek the death penalty.
We felt like, based on the fact that Miss Banks was not only shot, but stabbed and slashed, and then also that she was 5 months pregnant at the time, that this was a case that merited us seeking the death penalty.
In the defense open, Carla's attorney countered by arguing that the affair also gave Keon a motive to kill Avis.
Keon was a bona fide womanizer, and he did not want this child. Keon Pittman had a motive for murder.
The defense's theory was that Mr. Pittman did this because he didn't want to be tied down with a wife and a child.
Keon had never been charged in the murder, not even as an accessory. Instead, he was one of the prosecution's key witnesses. And much like his television interview years earlier, he did not hold back any emotion when he took the stand on October 6th.
He put his head in his hands. He got tissue. He acted like he was crying. I never really saw any tears, neither did anybody else.
Keon claimed that the same overwrought emotions had led him to call Carla upon finding his fiance's body.
Why did you call Carla?
Because I was looking for anyone to come. At that point, I didn't care. I just wanted someone there.
Keon also denied having any desire to leave Avis.
Were you going to leave Avis Banks for Carla Hughes, or how did you view the long-term prospects for your relationship with Carla Hughes?
There was no long-term. It was sexual, caught up in the moment. Speaking of myself, there never was a long-term plan with Carla.
It was almost hurtful for other people to hear what he said about Carla Hughes. They were supposed to have a very close relationship, but he talked about her as though she was a whore.
Keon didn't deny that his womanizing contributed to Avis's death.
Do you feel any responsibility for her death?
Yes. If I would have stayed faithful to who I was with, if I hadn't flirted with other women, this chain of events would have never taken place.
But he was adamant that he was no killer.
Did you kill Avis Banks?
No.
He was not at the house when Avis was killed. That was verified through witness statements, through his own cell phone records. We were able to put him at basketball practice at the time the murder happened.
Keon's alibi depended upon one witness in particular. According to Keon, while his fiancée was being killed, he was at basketball practice, flirting with yet another woman.
She was the basketball team mom for this junior high team. She had a son that played on it.
According to Keon, they'd spent most of the practice texting back and forth.
So why didn't you just go down there and talk to her?
Because she's married and her son was there, and of course didn't want to be just blatant.
On cross, the defense tried to cast doubt on Keon's alibi. They argued that the school was close enough to home for Keon to slip out, commit the crime, and return to basketball practice before anyone noticed.
Pittman had every opportunity to do this before the time he was at basketball practice. He had every opportunity to do it after basketball practice.
They also claimed that he had ample access to both the shoes and the gun at Carla's house.
He visited her before he went to basketball practice, and he visited her after basketball practice.
Carla's lawyer would try to say that's when he went upstairs, got the gun and the knife, changed into Carla's shoes.
The defense tried to say, well, Mr. Pittman and Miss Hughes wore the same size shoes, so maybe he could have worn those shoes, and maybe he could have gone and planted those shoes back in her house.
But the prosecution countered by claiming that the cell phone records appeared to confirm Keon's alibi.
Keon Pittman's cell phone records show that he was where he said he was. He was at the grocery store. He was at the school.
During that time, he had even called Carla and received a call from her. Both calls not only fit his story about dropping by Carla's with his groceries, they also placed Carla near the scene of the murder.
Cell phone records of Carla Hughes place her there in the vicinity, hitting off of a cell tower that's probably located somewhere between a half and a quarter of a mile from the house where the murder occurred.
This was around 5:30, 5:35, up to about 5 minutes after 6 on the day of the murder.
Plus, according to the testimony of the ballistics expert, the gun Carla had borrowed from her cousin was definitely the murder weapon.
The ballistics says that 100% beyond a reasonable doubt, beyond any doubt, that that was the gun used.
And the shoes detectives found in Carla's apartment? On October 9th, an expert from a private crime lab took the stand and testified as to his findings.
The lab did say the print of these shoes is very consistent to the print that we retrieved from Davis's house.
And that wasn't all that the lab found either.
In the crevices of these black shoes was some dark red blood that was identified as that of the victim, Avis Banks.
There was one small problem, however. The state crime lab had also tested the shoes.
The Mississippi Crime Lab examined those shoes and issued a written report, that there was no blood on the shoe.
Why hadn't the state lab found any blood? Prosecutors offered jurors an explanation.
The shoes were sent to the crime lab with a note that was attached to that to stay away from the sole area because they're trying to match impressions up with our photographs. So the analyst that tested the shoes at the crime lab never did swab the area where our blood evidence was.
The blood wasn't the only discrepancy the defense harped on when they started presenting their case on October 10th.
They didn't find any gun residue on Carla. They found gunpowder residue on Pittman, on his right hand.
Everything leads to Pittman as far as I'm concerned.
He may not have wanted to be with Avis. He may not have wanted to be a father. Who knows?
Although Carla was facing a potential death sentence, her attorneys were confident they had raised reasonable doubt. On October 12th, the defense rested without calling Carla to the stand.
We were surprised by that. We had prepared for a cross-examination.
We didn't think that we needed to put Carla on to expose her to cross-examination when they had not presented any evidence to implicate Carla.
Was it the right call? When the jury retired that afternoon, the prosecutors felt confident.
We had gotten in all the evidence that we possibly could, so we felt like that we had a very good shot.
But a conviction was far from certain.
You still had to have them to believe that these are findings, nothing more, nothing less. And a good attorney, of course, going to try to mar that, going to try to muddy the water, so to speak. And her attorney, Johnny Walls, I think he did a fairly decent job.
Coming up, the jury makes a surprising decision.
It was the mercy of the Lord that's giving her a second chance.
On Tuesday morning, October 13th, 2009, a Mississippi jury reached its verdict in the murder trial of Carla Hughes. Charged with the murder of Avis Banks and her unborn child, the 28-year-old single mother faced a possible death sentence if convicted.
It was so tense in the courtroom that sheriff's deputies sat on the ends of the pews to control any outburst. My heart was racing.
If the defendant would please rise. Relative to count 1, the verdict is, we, the jury, find the defendant, Carla Hughes, guilty of capital murder as charged in count 1 of the indictment. Relative to count 2, the verdict is, we, the jury, find the defendant, Carla Hughes, guilty of capital murder as charged in count 2 of the indictment.
Carla was devastated.
She lost it. She just started crying hysterically, head in hands, head on the table. She lost it.
Emotions were strong for Avis's family, too.
When the verdict came in and they said guilty, pressure was off of me and a shadow came from me. It said,
I think all the hatred in me just come out. I hadn't felt that good in 3 years.
But for Carla, the next day at sentencing came a sort of reprieve. Faced with the prospect of putting a mother to death, the jurors fell back on their only other option.
She's currently serving 2 sentences of life without parole on both of the murders.
It was the mercy of the Lord that's giving her a second chance. And my prayer is that Carla will be free to come home.
Linda Hughes remains convinced of her daughter's innocence and suspicious of Keon Pittman's role in the murder.
He's a wolf in sheep clothing, and any young woman who sees him coming, she needs to go the other way.
One small-town church.
It was a very close-knit congregation.
2 perfect couples.
They did family vacations. They would go camping. We'd go to Six Flags or we'd go out to eat.
But a devastating crime would tear the 4 friends apart.
To see all the blood and the evidence left behind, you knew right then there'd been a fight, a pretty good scuffle that went on.
The resulting investigation would send the congregation reeling.
Most of them had absolutely no idea there was an affair going on.
And the search for answers would leave police wondering just how many commandments did one person violate. Early morning, July 5th, 2004. It was still dark when a delivery driver pulled into the parking lot at the Frito-Lay distribution center in Rome, Georgia.
He's fixing to come load his Frito-Lay truck to go on his route.
While he's in the parking lot, I think he's just getting some stuff together before he gets out of the car. He sees a man step out of the office.
Someone at the office that early in the morning wasn't unusual, but the fact that the driver didn't recognize the man was.
It was not really a facility that was open to the public. It was just where the drivers came and loaded and unloaded product.
Even more suspicious, the stranger silhouetted in the doorway appeared nervous.
That man stops, looks around, stands there for just a few seconds.
Whether he'd noticed the delivery man sitting in his parked car or not, the stranger made a hasty exit.
The witness watches the guy walk over to this burgundy minivan, and he opens the car door, and when he does, the light comes on inside the van, and then he watches the guy take his shirt off and pull it over his head.
Once he'd stripped off his shirt, the stranger started the minivan and drove away, leaving the witness to wonder what was going on inside the Frito-Lay office.
He went and checked the office and discovered the victim in this case.
It was the distribution center's district manager, Thad Reynolds, slumped on the floor in a pool of blood.
His supervisor has been attacked, and he calls 911.
Police and EMTs were on the scene within minutes, but it was no use. Thad Reynolds was already dead.
There were 19 different stab wounds.
To see all the blood and the evidence left behind, you knew right then that there'd been a fight, a pretty good scuffle that went on.
Thad's death sent shockwaves through the close-knit Southern community, particularly his church, Hollywood Baptist.
This church in particular was a very larger church in a smaller community. A lot of people here, everybody knows everybody.
And everybody at Hollywood Baptist knew Thad Reynolds and his wife, Michelle.
Thad and Michelle, just looking at them, they were the perfect couple.
She was the beautiful blonde mother of 4.
She was just a very likable, very, very pretty person.
He was a dedicated father and a devout Christian.
He loved the Lord and could, always make your day better.
People that were
not doing well or they needed guidance, he would be there.
We lost one of the godliest men you could ever want to meet.
Thad's murder was bad enough, but the parishioners at Hollywood Baptist would receive another blow when they discovered the sin that led to it. As small-town Georgia teenagers in the 1980s, Michelle Sullins and Thad Reynolds were the quintessential high school sweethearts.
Michelle was very popular in high school. She was the homecoming queen. He was popular, played football, was into sports.
They married in 1987, just after graduation.
He went to work for Curtis Meat. He drove a truck.
Michelle got a job working as an administrative assistant, but gave it up when she gave birth to a daughter in 1992.
When she started having children, they had made the decision that she would be a stay-at-home mom.
But just as Thad and Michelle's small-town romance appeared on the fast track to a happy ending, things suddenly derailed. In 1995, after almost 7 years of marriage, Michelle told Thad she wanted a divorce.
She wasn't happy just being a mom and a wife.
She made the comment to this pastor from the church, "You place your wife on a pedestal, but Thad never put me on a pedestal."
Thad agreed to the divorce, but he immediately regretted it, especially for the effect it might have on his daughter.
He was never more miserable in his life. He didn't believe in divorce. He did not believe in broken homes.
Determined to get Michelle back, Thad Reynolds turned to the church he'd attended since childhood, Hollywood Baptist.
It was a very close-knit congregation, a community of people that took their faith and religion very seriously.
Thad asked the members of the church to pray for him and Michelle Reynolds to get back together.
He had several people praying that they get back together because he just wanted her back so bad.
Whether it was the prayers or Thad's persistent courtship, Michelle eventually had a change of heart. 2 years after they had divorced, the couple remarried in 1997.
Thad and Michelle had a wedding in the church on the Sunday morning. That was our church ceremony.
And this time it looked like the marriage would last. The couple built a new home and quickly filled it.
Everything was going good. I mean, they built the new house next to my parents and had 3 more children.
A beautiful home and a growing family. Thad and Michelle's divorce appeared to be well behind them.
They just seemed to be in love. They just seemed to be the absolute perfect family whenever you would see them.
They called them Barbie and Ken because that's the way their life seemed to be going.
Thad's career thrived too. After hiring on at Frito-Lay, he worked his way up to district manager.
He started out driving the beat-up Frito-Lay pickup truck, the oldest one they had, and just moved up.
I didn't know of them wanting for anything. They had a fairly nice lifestyle.
Thad and Michelle entered their 30s as pillars of their small-town community, comfortably middle class, raising a family and active in their church.
Thad and Michelle worked with the group New Generation, which was kids, and they did songs and acted out skits and went to several different places putting on the shows.
Thad also sang in the choir and served as a deacon.
He also did marriage counseling.
He'd be, there if you needed him. If you had a problem, you could always go to him.
Between the children's ministry, deacon duties, marriage counseling, and couples retreats, the church dominated Thad and Michelle's free time.
There were a number of couples in the church that would do things every weekend together. They were close friends.
The Reynolds worked closely with the church's youth minister, Scott Harper. Like the Reynolds, Scott and his wife Paige had young daughters, and the two families soon became inseparable.
Anytime you seen one, it wasn't far behind. Here comes the other family. It was always them two couples.
Thad quickly became best friends with Scott, who also worked as an IT specialist at a local hospital. And as two stay-at-home moms with busy husbands, Michelle Reynolds and Paige Harper became close too.
Michelle and I became best friends. She was like a sister to me. Our birthdays were just days apart, so many years for our birthday, we all four celebrated together. We'd go to Six Flags or we'd go out to eat.
Good friends, a beautiful family, and a seemingly strong marriage, Thad and Michelle appeared truly blessed. And Thad wanted to show his gratitude by giving back. One Sunday in the spring of 2004, he stood up in front of the congregation of Hollywood Baptist and made an announcement. He was joining the ministry.
He felt like that God was calling him to be a minister.
But did Michelle want to be a minister's wife? There were signs that she might want a little time away from Thad. In June of 2004, she signed up to help the Harpers chaperone a church youth retreat. At the last minute, she called Paige with a change of plan.
Michelle called me to tell me that she was getting her own room. She was not going to chaperone with me because she just needed her time.
She wasn't going to be in a room with a whole bunch of kids, and she was the only person who had a room by herself.
And Michelle continued to keep to herself, even when she was around her best friend.
Michelle was very distant from me, would not acknowledge me if I spoke to her, would not look me in the eye, was just very different.
Michelle's behavior was so different, in fact, that Paige became concerned.
I said, Michelle, is there something wrong? Have I done something to offend you? And she just looked me in the eye and she said, no, I just want to be around people who are on fire for God.
Paige was stung by the rebuke.
It was very odd because we all worship together every Sunday. I was just as active in the church as they all were, and felt closer to God than I had ever felt.
As puzzling as Michelle's remark was, it was soon clear who she thought was on fire for God. As her husband Thad prepared for the ministry, Michelle became closer than ever with Hollywood Baptist's current associate pastor, Scott Harper.
She would continually ask him for assistance about how to do different things with the kids at their church. She started asking him more and more and more for his assistance. And they started exchanging emails, talking constantly.
Saturday, July 3rd, 2004 was the start of a big holiday weekend in Rome, Georgia.
The county puts on a display of fireworks every year down by the river.
Predictably, the Reynolds and Harper families met up for the fireworks. On Sunday, July 4th, they met again at church.
We all decided we would meet at Ridge Ferry Park that afternoon and just kind of hang out and, have snacks and play volleyball and stuff like that and just enjoy the evening together.
Michelle certainly appeared to enjoy herself.
I noticed her being kind of flirtatious with other men, asking somebody to help her, show her how to throw a football and stuff like that.
She was a little too flirty, wanting other men to pay attention to her.
But after a little playful flirting at the picnic, Michelle and her husband loaded up their 4 children and they all headed home.
They probably had a good evening at home together. I know that he said goodnight to the children and did the normal things that a father would do.
The next morning, Thad was up well before sunrise. Michelle and the kids were still asleep when he left for work.
He always joked with me about the reason he worked so hard is so they wouldn't have to. And, he started early in the morning so he could get home in the evenings and spend time with them.
Thad had only been at the office at Frito-Lay a few minutes that morning when a man in a burgundy minivan pulled into the parking lot.
He parks right in front by the front door of the office. He gets out of the car, goes inside.
Minutes later, the man would get back in his minivan and drive away. And Thad Reynolds would be dead. Coming up, did Thad and Michelle's picture-perfect marriage mask a sinful secret?
And they were flirting, lover chit-chat, if you will.
July 5th, 2004. It was a slow post-holiday Monday for most of Rome, Georgia. But the Floyd County Police were busy. They had just received a call from the Frito-Lay distribution center on the edge of town. A delivery driver who worked at the center had just found his supervisor, 36-year-old Thad Reynolds, dead in the distribution center's office.
It was clear that he had been in the office and working. Based on the disarray of the office, it was clear that there had been a struggle.
There was a bloody fight, maybe starting outside the office and going on into the office.
In the course of the struggle, Thad Reynolds had been repeatedly stabbed.
There are different wounds all over his body, including defensive wounds.
But who would launch a deadly attack on the well-known church deacon?
They had a witness who saw a man drive away in a minivan.
The witness, the same Frito-Lay driver who had found Thad's body, told police he didn't get a clear look at the man's face or the minivan's license plate. But clues at the scene appeared to both confirm that he had seen the killer and that Thad had managed to wound his attacker.
There was a larger amount of blood at the doorway, which matched up with the witness's testimony that the man had come out the door and stopped for a moment.
This was not a master criminal at work. There was a lot of evidence left around.
At the crime scene, police found the empty sheath from a hunting knife, presumably the murder weapon. They also found a pair of prescription eyeglasses, which fit with the witness's account of the stranger stripping off his shirt before driving away.
When he did that, he had prescription glasses on, and the glasses came off of the top of his head or off of his face, and they landed on the ground.
Tracking down the prescription could help police identify the killer. But first came the grim process of confirming Thad's identity and notifying his family.
The pastor of the church was called upon to make the identification.
A well-known and popular deacon was dead. To help deal with the devastating news, the pastor of Hollywood Baptist quickly summoned reinforcements, his associate pastor, and one of Thad's closest friends.
One of the first people that he went to break the news to was Scott Harper.
Scott immediately placed a call to Paige.
Got a phone call from Scotty to tell me that Thad had been murdered. At that point, my first reaction was I need to get to Michelle, because she's not going to be okay. Scotty told me to stop by the hospital and pick him up, and we would go from there to her house.
When Paige picked up her husband minutes later, he appeared shaken.
Scotty's just like, what do you say? What do you say to somebody, at a time like this?
By the time the Harpers arrived at Michelle's house, their pastor was already there.
The way that she was officially notified is her pastor at Hollywood Baptist came and told her.
Michelle took the news stoically, according to the family and friends who flocked to her side.
When I first went in the house, you would think she would get up and hug me and cry, or she didn't. It wasn't anything like that.
She was in shock, just very distant. I never saw her break down and cry.
Even Thad's mother noticed her daughter-in-law's odd behavior.
She had just bought a black dress like 2 weeks before and made the comment, "Whoever thought I would be using it for this?"
Was she simply in shock, or was there another explanation? Back at the crime scene, the investigators were starting to wonder. Thad's death didn't strike them as a random robbery.
What would you get for robbing a guy at a Frito-Lay warehouse other than a bunch of Doritos and the cash that he may have on him?
And Thad's killer hadn't even taken that much.
His keys, his wallet, his cell phone, all of those things were still in the office.
Instead of a robbery, it appeared that the stranger in the burgundy van had come to Frito-Lay for one reason only: to kill Thad Reynolds.
Police officers will always say that stabbings are a very personal crime, that somebody has to be very angry at somebody else to stab them, especially repeatedly. This was probably not a random act of violence, that somebody had some personal vendetta against Thad Reynolds.
But who? A clue to the killer's identity came that same evening after the 6 o'clock news. Thad's murder and the hunt for the man in the burgundy minivan were the top stories.
The news reporter said that anybody with any information about the vehicle description that they gave, they would like to, contact the Floyd County Police Department.
Scott Roberts, who worked with Scott Harper at Floyd County Medical Center, heard the victim's name and immediately reached for the phone.
He couldn't believe it, because he knew Thad Reynolds was friends with his supervisor, Scott Harper, that they attended the same church together.
And that wasn't all he knew about Scott Harper.
I knew Scott Harper drove a burgundy minivan.
Floyd County Police asked Roberts to come into the station and give them a statement.
Monday night, the Floyd County Police are taking a statement from this witness who has already alerted them to Scott Harper's possible involvement.
And the witness based his suspicion of Scott on more than just the minivan.
He also knew that Scott Harper was having an affair with someone.
According to Roberts, he'd innocently stumbled upon the information at work.
His job was to fix things that were wrong with the phone lines, to tap into those lines and try to correct those problems. As a result, he would inadvertently, or sort of inadvertently, overhear portions of conversations.
And a few weeks before the murder, he'd accidentally overheard Scott talking to a woman who wasn't his wife.
He recalled Scott Harper making phone calls to a woman that this gentleman could understand was not his wife. He remembered that her name was Michelle.
They were flirting, lover chit-chat, if you will. Kind of reminded me of, high school sweethearts.
Finally, the detectives wrapped up their questioning of Roberts with a seemingly innocent question. Did Scott wear glasses?
I said, yes, he did. Described some wireframe glasses.
The van, the glasses, and a possible affair. Was Scott Harper simply a jealous lover? Or was Michelle somehow involved in her husband's death? Either way, Scott Harper moved to the top of the suspect list.
There was a lot more going on under the surface than anybody realized.
That Monday, however, Scott Harper's wife, Paige, had started to notice a few little things, even if she didn't yet realize their full implication.
His glasses were missing. Scotty would lose them a lot of times, so I didn't think a whole lot about that.
She also noticed a new bandage on his hand.
It was his index and his middle finger. They were bandaged up together.
I did ask, I was like, well, what happened to your hand? And he said, well, I hurt it at the gym yesterday morning lifting weights.
When the Harpers were brought in for questioning on Wednesday, July 7th, Scott gave police a similar story.
They first questioned us both together, then questioned me, and then questioned Scotty.
He told the police that he had been lifting weights.
That seemed to explain the bandage on his hand. But what about his glasses? Police didn't reveal what they'd recovered from the crime scene, but they did ask Scott some pointed questions.
He asked him some specific questions about where his glasses were. He told him he'd lost them.
And when pressed further by the detective, Scott adamantly denied having an affair.
He specifically asked him if he was having an affair with Michelle Reynolds, and he said no.
The police let Scott go, but that didn't mean they believed him. In fact, adding up the little things she'd noticed the morning of Thad's murder, even his wife was starting to have doubts.
When we left the detective's office and we were in the car together, I said, do you know anything about Thad's murder? What's going on? And he said, do you realize what you're asking me?
Coming up, a search of Scott's computer raises even more questions about Michelle.
Scott Harper sent her an email that read, "Stop me if you have any hesitations."
On July 7, 2004, the Floyd County, Georgia police spent the evening combing through emails recovered from the county hospital computer server. Scott Harper, the hospital's IT supervisor, was close friends with Thad Reynolds and his wife, Michelle. And now, less than 48 hours after Reynolds had been found stabbed to death, a witness had placed Harper at the top of the suspect list.
He calls the authorities and tells them that he knows Scott Harper, that he may be having an affair.
He didn't know exactly who, but he knew he was having an affair with someone.
The witness had overheard Scott flirting on the phone with a woman named Michelle. But was her last name Reynolds? Rather than bringing the dead man's wife in for questioning and accusing her of an affair, the police hoped to find confirmation without the risk of upsetting an innocent widow. Therefore, they had come to the hospital with a warrant to search Scott Harper's computer, in particular, his emails.
They were saved to the hospital server, so they were very easy for his boss, who was the head of the department, to retrieve for us.
A large number of the emails were to and from Michelle Reynolds, but at first, the discussions appeared routine. mostly revolving around the youth group Michelle ran at the church.
She started asking him more and more and more for his assistance, and they started exchanging emails, talking constantly.
Then, about a month before Thad's murder, the tone of the emails changed, starting with an email from Michelle.
She's definitely coming on to him in the emails. Some of it is in the guise of, I know I shouldn't feel this way, and he absolutely falls for it.
Scott, based on the subsequent emails, clearly harbored similar thoughts.
The emails, toward the end especially, were very graphic.
She sent him the Wheel of Fortune email. He had to fill in the words that told what she wanted to do to him. And then he wrote her an email back in even more graphic detail what he wanted to do to her.
When they actually consummated the affair wasn't entirely clear. But during the youth retreat in June, the emails showed that not only had Scott known that Michelle was getting her own room, he actually booked her room himself and then shared it.
Scotty's in the room with another fellow chaperone the boys, and during that time that night, Scotty gets up and leaves that room and is gone for the entire night and does not come back till the next morning.
He was going down to Michelle Reynolds' room. So even while they were on a church trip with his wife as a chaperone and her daughter there as a participant, they continued their affair.
But had Michelle likewise manipulated her lover into committing murder? That night, as police pored over the reams of email between the lovers, the answer was anything but clear.
She was very careful what she said to him, what she emailed him. She was very careful to walk right up to the line.
Michelle never said, "I need you to kill my husband."
Not in those words, at least.
She would say, "You're going to have to live longer than Thad if we're going to be together because he'll never agree to a divorce."
And she knew from experience.
When they got a divorce the first time, Thad pursued her. He had the whole church praying that they would get back together because he felt like they were meant to be together. He was not going to give up easy at all.
The search history of Scott's computer suggested he had taken the hint when Michelle told her lover he was going to have to live longer than her husband.
He had looked up online about poisons and arsenic and different types of poisons, and even an essay about how to commit the perfect murder.
Whatever he may have found, he didn't discuss it with Michelle via email.
I can show he's looking that up, but I can't show that he's telling her he did it.
Then, just hours before Thad's death, the lovers had exchanged a last round of emails on the evening of July 4th.
The night before, she even tells him what Thad's schedule is going to be the next morning. Specific direction, where he's going to be.
Those were all clues to the police that the two of them might have been involved in a conspiracy to murder her husband.
At the very least, Michelle clearly knew something was going to happen on the morning of the 5th.
On July 4th, 2004, at 6:33 p.m., Scott Harper sent her an email that reads, "I'm ready for tomorrow. Stop me if you have any hesitations."
Michelle's reply?
"No hesitations. I'm ready. I can't wait to be your bride."
Was Michelle an accessory to the murder? Or did her involvement go deeper? Scott Harper knew the answer.
We hoped all along Scott would crack and give us the information to tie her to the conspiracy.
And the police had more than enough to charge Scott with murder.
He left plenty of trails, plenty of evidence, and, it begins to unravel fairly quickly.
Police didn't even have to track Scott down to place him under arrest. On the morning of July 8th, just hours after police had uncovered the extent of his affair with Michelle, Scott Harper turned himself in.
He is charged with murder, felony murder, aggravated assault, aggravated battery.
But if the authorities hoped Scott would implicate Michelle, they underestimated the strength of his feelings for her.
He invoked his right to remain silent upon his arrest and did not make another statement to the police.
But they didn't need Scott's statement to have Michelle arrested for murder, now that they had her own words to use against her.
The affair, once they found that out, they pretty quickly decided that they would charge her as well.
At 10 o'clock Thursday morning, barely an hour after Scott turned himself in, Floyd County Police placed Michelle Reynolds in custody.
My sister-in-law said, they're arresting Michelle right now. And I was like, why? And she said, well, she played a part in Thad's murder.
Michelle Reynolds was arrested as she was coming out of her attorney's office in downtown Rome.
Like Scott, she refused to talk.
She invoked her rights, and so a statement was never taken from her.
Michelle wasn't the only one left speechless either.
It was right before the funeral, and I didn't know anything about it. Totally shocked. Totally.
I had no clue up to that point. I thought at all times our marriage was great. Everything seemed wonderful at home. Thought Thad and Michelle's marriage was great. Everybody seemed happy.
Friends that they interacted with at Hollywood Baptist, they didn't dream that the family pastor was having an affair with a deacon's wife.
And that Michelle and Scott would actually conspire to commit murder? That was absolutely unthinkable.
The godly man he was, there's no way that he could have been the one that done it.
The evidence said otherwise. On July 13th, police received a call from one of Scott's co-workers at Floyd County Medical Center.
The police had not found anything during their searches, but he just felt like there must be something there, and he took it upon himself to begin looking in areas where the police might not have gone.
And the co-worker had focused his search on the IT department's data center.
Your modern data center has raised tiles on the floor.
You use a suction cup to pick up the tile out of the floor, and that's where all the wires and cables and all that sort of thing run underneath the floor. And it's so that workers can get under there and fix things.
Or hide things.
The knife was there also, along with some bloody clothes.
Coming up, the prosecutors lean hard on Scott Harper.
To seek the death penalty was not terribly surprising to me.
But will Scott betray Michelle?
He could save Michelle while betraying her at the same time.
November 17th, 2004. 4 months after her husband Thad had been found dead, Michelle Reynolds walked into a Floyd County courtroom. She and Thad's best friend Scott Harper had both been charged with murder. But Michelle hadn't come to court that morning to stand trial. Instead, it was a preliminary hearing to determine who would be tried first.
The state gets to elect by law which defendant they're going to try first. And we had elected to try her first.
It was a calculated risk.
The case against her was obviously the weaker case.
She wasn't the actual murderer, the person who killed Thad Reynolds.
She hadn't wielded the knife, at least. Prosecutors conceded that much, but they did hold her ultimately responsible.
She was the person that essentially made it happen. Even though Scotty Harper had the knife in his hands, the district attorney seemed to think that he was following orders from Michelle Reynolds.
But how had she given the order? The emails between the lovers didn't say, but Scott Harper could, if he would cooperate.
We hoped to have his testimony to implicate Michelle.
And when Scott appeared in court that same day for his hearing, it was clear that prosecutors had plenty of leverage.
The case against Scotty was pretty much of a lock. I mean, they really didn't need much.
And in the weeks since finding a bloody knife hidden at Scott's workplace, the evidence had continued to pile up.
They had video from a local Kmart where Scott had gone in and bought a hunting knife, a large hunting knife.
A check with Scott's optometrist also tied him to the eyeglasses found at the crime scene.
The prescription, the way the bridge is measured across his nose, everything about them are exactly like the kind that Scott Harper ordered.
And if that wasn't enough to convince Scott to cut a deal, prosecutors had one last piece of leverage. A month before the November hearing, the DA announced that she would seek the death penalty against both Scott and Michelle.
In the death of a fine young man, a father of four, to seek the death penalty was not terribly surprising to me.
Now, all the prosecutors had to do was wait. and they didn't expect to wait long.
He was weak. A strong person would have been able to withstand her and all her charms. A strong person would have said, this is wrong.
But did prosecutors underestimate the hold Michelle had over Scott Harper?
I had begged Scotty to do what needed to be done and tell his part of the story about Michelle's involvement, his involvement many times. And he would always just tell me, no, just leave her out of this.
Scotty Harper was smitten and just head over heels in love with Michelle Reynolds.
According to the prosecutors, Michelle had played upon that infatuation to facilitate her husband's murder.
I think she could have cared less about him. All he was the muscle.
And prosecutors were just as convinced that the manipulation continued once they were both in jail, held without bond.
Within weeks of being arrested, they were writing each other in jail.
In one of the letters, she writes a series of Bible verses down. And in each one of the Bible verses, she underlines one word. If you take all of the underlined words and string them together, it makes this sentence. All I knew was that you were going to speak to him about us. Help me.
Between the prosecutor's attempt to sweat a statement out of Scott and the delay inherent in a death penalty case, the legal maneuvering dragged on for months and then years. And the more time passed, the more Scott dug in, refusing to roll over on Michelle.
Meetings with him resulted in nothing. He just would not come forward. A lot of sheepish, head hanging kind of things, but nothing that we could use.
It wasn't until the fall of 2008, after 4 years in jail, that Scott was finally ready to cooperate.
He held out for much longer than we would have thought he would.
And when his attorneys presented details of Scott's offer to the prosecutors, his concern for Michelle remained front and center. He'd plead guilty in exchange for a life sentence, but on one condition.
The condition of his statement would be that we take the death penalty off the table for Michelle.
Even at that point, he was still trying to save her.
However, Scott did agree to testify at Michelle's trial.
He could save Michelle while, one could say betraying her at the same time.
The prosecutors approved the deal, and on October 1st, 2008, bailiffs led Scott Harper into a Floyd County courtroom.
I was surprised that the district attorney agreed to it, but again, he was the key to the case.
While we could have tried her, our case was not nearly as strong as it would have been with his testimony.
The plea entered. Scott sat down with prosecutors and gave them his account of Thad's death.
He still loved her. He told us that he did. And he was going to do everything in his power to minimize her involvement.
In the statement he gave, she never says, Scott, go murder Thad.
But had she made her intentions clear?
Michelle pretty much said that Thad would not leave easily, that he would fight for her, and that it could get ugly.
He told her, I can deal with ugly.
According to Scott, it was only after that conversation that he'd gone to Kmart.
Once he bought that knife, that was on Thursday evening. Then Friday, he actually had lunch with Michelle Reynolds. She came and picked him up at the hospital.
Scott said they had driven out to the levee, parking like a pair of teenagers.
They got into the back seat and started kissing. And while they were engaging in this behavior, Michelle put the question to Scott Harper, have you talked to Thad yet? And Scott Harper said, no, I haven't been able to yet. And immediately she withdrew from him. She became cold, distant.
Scott said he was afraid of losing her. So 4 days later, he'd gotten up before dawn and driven to Frito-Lay.
As he came in, Thad looked up and looked at him and said, Scotty Harper, what are you doing here? And Scott Harper says he looked at him and said, I want what you've got.
But had the prosecutors gotten what they wanted?
The statement he gave was not a definitive statement of Michelle's guilt. If she was charged with adultery, it would be definitive. But with murder, no.
Other than entering a not guilty plea when the murder charges were filed, Michelle had never given the authorities a statement. So as the prosecutors prepped for her trial, They were well aware of the risk of relying on Scott's less than definitive statement.
All that had to happen is for one person on that jury to say, well, maybe she really did think that he was just going to talk to him.
Coming up, will the case end in a showdown?
I wanted to hear what Scotty Harper would say on the stand, looking Michelle Reynolds in the face.
Or will Scott's statement lead to a letdown?
Some folks, they don't feel like justice was done.
On January 13, 2010, Michelle Reynolds was back in a Rome, Georgia courtroom, awaiting trial for the stabbing death of her husband, Thad. She had spent the past 6 years in jail.
I don't know if she stayed in the county jail there in Rome longer than anybody they've ever had or not, but she certainly was there a long time. She gained a good bit of weight while she was there.
Nearly 2 years earlier, Scott Harper, Thad's best friend and Michelle's lover, had pled guilty to the murder and agreed to testify against her.
I wanted to hear what Scotty Harper would say on the stand, looking Michelle Reynolds in the face. It would have been a very riveting moment in the courtroom.
Even though it might have been difficult to hear, it might have been some sort of closure.
It would never happen. Rather than face Scott in court, Michelle stood up before the judge that morning and pled guilty to voluntary manslaughter.
And how do you plead the charges, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty. Getting Scott Harper's statement was like pulling teeth. But we got it. And she never thought we'd get it. And that's why she pled.
She felt responsible in a way for this death because of the affair. And I think because of that, she felt like she should plead to something.
That morning at the sentencing, Thad's mother asked her former daughter-in-law point blank why her son had to die.
Your Honor, I only have one question, and that would be why? Why not just walk away? There was no response. Her eyes were just cold. No remorse, no feelings, nothing.
She knew that Thad would not let her take the kids away from him. So she thought that, that was the only way, was to get him out of the picture so she could have the kids.
Thad was out of the picture, but the kids would be considerably older before she got out of prison. The judge sentenced her to 20 years.
She gets credit for all of that time that she's been in. Hopefully she'll be out 4 years, 5 years.
Scott Harper, whose plea arrangement had delayed his sentencing until after Michelle's, received a life sentence without parole.
Talking to some folks after Michelle's guilty plea and the sentence she received, they don't feel like justice was done.
I would have liked to see Michelle get a lot more. I would have liked to actually see her life in prison.
Scott may have wielded the knife, but for many people in Rome, Georgia, Michelle remains the real villain.
He was just weak, just very, very weak, and I think Satan just saw a crack and stepped in.
We're in the Bible Belt. I think a lot of people believe that Scotty was just manipulated by her and that she was the devil incarnate.
Those were the two closest people in my life other than my children. And I never expected it. It makes you question, do you ever really know anyone?
Stranded by her husband, soon realizes he's gone missing.
He was very reliable, so the fact that he wasn't answering his phone, she knew something was very wrong.
She was positive that he just would not have walked out of her life totally. She noticed a really strong smell of bleach in the apartment. Things were broken, thrown all over the place.
After a body turns up, detectives must look for clues close to home.
Sometimes like that, Mr. Lazy, inconsiderate brat. Things weren't great between the four of them in the house.
Is there anything you want to say? In my heart, I feel he was an evil person.
As evidence emerges and suspects are pressed for answers, the grisly details of a man's final hours come to light.
They were going to surprise him and attack him with a samurai sword.
The sword?
He thought he could judge people on who was good and who was bad, and they were going to get rid of him one way or the other.
The small town of Stuart, Florida isn't known as a dangerous place to live. But just after 8 p.m. on April 21st, 2008, police receive an emergency call from 47-year-old Kristen Jensen, who's concerned something has happened to her husband, Gerald.
We learned from Kristen that she was in the VA hospital to detox off of substances. She made arrangements for her husband, Jerry, to pick her up. Sunday, the 20th, was the last time she spoke to him, and she was due to be discharged the next day, the 21st. However, when she was discharged, she kept calling his cell phone, and it kept going to voicemail.
Kristen was initially alarmed because Jerry was very reliable. He was never even late. So the fact that he wasn't answering his phone, Kristen knew something was very wrong.
She was able to make arrangements with the VA to actually have a shuttle transfer her back to her residence.
Kristen tells police when she got home around 5:30 p.m., Jerry was still nowhere to be found. But she does find her daughter Nicole with her boyfriend Chris and their newborn baby who have been living with them.
Kristen had been told by both Nicole and Chris Tomlinson that Jerry had gotten into a fight with somebody on the phone like around 10:30 at night, and it was on his cell phone, and they were afraid he was going to wake the baby.
They went to the library so that they could log into the Wi-Fi, and when they came back home with the baby, Jerry was gone.
Kristen says it seemed possible Jerry had simply forgotten to pick her up until she noticed something concerning.
Anything that he would have taken with him was still there, and especially with his car being there, his keys being there, his clothes being there, his phone was there. She didn't feel it was normal for him just to walk away. Kristen said she noticed a really strong smell of bleach in the apartment, which she thought was unusual. Also, the bedroom no longer had a door, but the bathroom did.
And so she called the police and reported him missing and said, he wouldn't do this, he wouldn't go away, and, where is he?
At this point, she is more convinced than ever that something bad has happened to Jerry.
Jerry Jensen was born on November 6, 1959. He spent his younger years in Albany, New York.
He came from a large family with 7 siblings, and then he moved down to Florida. Jerry made his living as an electrician and as a very talented handyman. Friends and family described Jerry as extremely fun-loving. He loved music, particularly the Rolling Stones. He actually had the band's famous logo tattooed on his chest.
Jerry married, but the relationship didn't last. He was settling into life as a divorcee when he suffered a major setback.
Jerry had an accident and broke his neck.
The recovery was very difficult, and he became more reliant on painkillers.
It was a cycle of going through rehab, being clean for some time, stumbling, going through rehab.
It was around that time he met Kristen Thornhill, a divorced mother of 3 who also struggled with addiction.
My mom, she was in the Marines at one point and got hurt. And I think that might have been where part part of her addiction to pain pills set in, and then she was on disability all of my life.
The two began dating and decided to get clean together.
When I was very young, my mom and Jerry had a bit of a touch and go relationship and both struggled with addiction, but they seemed to figure it out along the way, I guess, and ended up getting married. Kind of one of those moments of, I'm gonna be okay with this because you seem okay.
But despite Kristen's attempted recovery, the instability at home had left its mark, especially on her oldest daughter, Nicole.
Growing up, things were very chaotic. I was young enough that I didn't really understand what was going on, but my sister did. She didn't get to live with my mom for very long. My dad got to have us on weekends. He came to drop us off, and my mom wasn't home. Eventually, child services came and picked us up and put us back with my dad.
Nicole hadn't grown up with her mother. As a matter of fact, Kristen's addiction issues led her to be estranged from Nicole for a large part of her childhood.
4 years after Kristen and Jerry's wedding, Nicole reached out to her mother to reconnect.
When Nicole was turning 18, graduation was coming, my dad lost his job. And so because of that, we weren't able to get a house that we were supposed to move into. My dad told me I was gonna go live with my aunt and uncle. And so Nicole not really having anywhere to go, my mom let her go live with her and Jerry. My sister's relationship with my mom had always been a little bit rocky, but Nicole just loved my mom. Any opportunity she got, she just wanted to go stay with my mom growing up.
Shortly after Nicole moved in, she met Chris Tomlinson on a social networking site devoted to artists.
When my sister was a teenager, she was just very sad. So she turned to art. And she found a website called DeviantArt. And so she would post all of her artwork on there.
Christopher Tomlinson was in his early 20s and into gothic, very dark kind of art. And that spoke to Nicole, and she was the one who actually reached out to him.
My son met Nicole Thornhill online while he was in the army, stationed in Germany, and instant fall in love. And we're trying to talk him out. You don't know this girl. You haven't even met her. But he said he loved her.
But Chris and Nicole's online relationship grew stronger during his deployment. So when he returned to the States, they were eager to be together.
Chris was now stateside in California. However, Nicole was in Florida, living with Kristen and Jerry. In late 2006, Chris decides to go meet Nicole for the first time.
Chris came to see her for 2 weeks. He was very outgoing and was very showy.
Just 8 months after meeting online, 18-year-old Nicole announced she was moving back to California with 23-year-old Chris.
Jerry and Kristen wanted to support her and decided not to stand in her way.
In California, the couple struggled to make ends meet, and their financial troubles only got worse.
Nicole called Jerry and Kristen to give them surprising news that she is pregnant and that she's due the following March.
Nicole was 18 and unmarried and didn't know what to do. They ran out of money and didn't have anywhere else to go.
Kristen and Jerry say, absolutely, come live with us, move back to Florida. And that's what Nicole and Chris decide to do. When they first move in, everything's going well, but as the baby is getting closer to arriving, tensions start to rise.
Although Kristen was overjoyed by the birth of her grandchild, that happiness was short-lived. 6 weeks later, a relapse landed Kristen back in a rehabilitation center for 4 days. Jerry would visit her every day while she was there, and they were planning on him picking her up. So when she was released and he didn't show up, that's when she decided to call the police department. Since Jerry has been missing for less than 24 hours, police aren't convinced a missing persons report is necessary.
You know, typically, when a grown person disappears, they don't jump right in unless there's some real fishy circumstances.
The police department did an attempt to locate, which is usually for an adult that just can't be found. There's no reason I think there was any foul play. They just couldn't be found at that time. Kristen was very adamant that something bad had to have happened to Gerald. She was positive that he just would not have walked out of her life totally.
Jerry's keys were right there on the counter. His favorite pair of jeans that he always wore out were still there. His shoes, everything was there. Something was very wrong.
Coming up, evidence suggests Kristen's suspicions may be correct. The apartment had been, in their words, ransacked, and a statewide search comes to a gruesome end.
They found what they believe to be traces of blood.
Police in Stuart, Florida have been on the lookout for 48-year-old Jerry Jensen since his wife Kristen reported him missing more than 48 hours ago. According to his stepdaughter and her boyfriend, Jerry disappeared shortly after having a heated exchange over the phone on the night of April 20th.
Police canvassed the apartment complex, but this really didn't turn up much.
Police investigating missing persons cases with people who have substance abuse problems, they will consider the fact that sometimes substance abuse situations manifest with people being gone for days at a time while they're going on a binge.
In an attempt to determine whether Jerry started using again, officers asked Kristen who Jerry may have confided in. She suggests they speak with a man named Kevin, one of Jerry's closest friends.
Kevin had actually spoken with Jerry just the day before he went missing, and there was nothing that seemed off. He had no plans to leave town.
According to investigators, Kevin said the only problem in Jerry's life was his living situation.
Kevin tells police that Kristen and Jerry had been under a lot of stress, and this stress was mostly caused by Nicole's boyfriend, Chris Tomlinson, who had just moved in with them. Jerry told Kevin that Chris was unemployed. He wasn't really making an effort to take care of Nicole or the baby as a father.
Jerry and Kristen didn't have a lot of disposable income. They were both living on fixed incomes with disability. And so they weren't in a position to have 2, let alone 3 more mouths to feed.
Kevin actually felt that all this stress with Chris is what actually led to Kristen's relapse.
Police wonder if the stress caused Jerry to relapse as well. When police follow up with Kristen on April 25th, she admits Jerry had started taking some pain medication again. He did have a prescription for them, but sometimes he would get them from a friend of his if he couldn't get his prescription filled or if he ran out.
But she found his prescription drugs, and there were still some pills in the bottle. This was a clear sign that he wasn't leaving to go find more drugs.
Another thing uncovered during her search of the home left Kristen certain of foul play.
Kristen said the only things missing was the comforter off their bed and Jerry. But the bathroom door was broken. The apartment had been, in their words, ransacked. Things were broken, thrown all over the place.
Kristen says when she asked Nicole and Chris what happened, they said they found the apartment that way when they came home from the library.
They thought that this is something that Jerry had done in a fit of rage based on whatever phone call he was on.
She said that her and Christopher went ahead and tried to clean up the house as best as they could because she knew her mother was coming home the next day and didn't want her mom to be upset with the mess.
This new information leads Kristen to think that whomever Jerry may have been on the fight with on the phone could be the person that came over to the apartment and maybe assaulted him or even kidnapped him.
She just had a gut feeling something bad had happened to him.
Police release Kristen, requesting that she keep in touch with any additional information. Since Jerry is an adult who has been missing for less than a week, investigators can't take any serious steps until additional evidence surfaces.
Unless police see some sort of foul play involved, police are usually very guarded and measured about how they investigate missing persons cases. Another thing to add in Jerry's case is Jerry's history of substance abuse.
The wife was having a hard time with the way the police department was handling the case. She started calling supervisors, and the supervisors started contacting the Criminal Investigations Division to make sure that this case was going to be assigned.
My sergeant decided that the investigative unit would look into it and was able to put together, it's called a locator poster, and we used to put them out for missing people. So it had his description on it, like height, weight, body piercings, tattoos, that type of stuff, and it goes out statewide.
The case gets elevated where a full-blown missing persons report and a notification to all state agencies is released. Essentially everybody in the state of Florida is on a lookout.
It wasn't more than an hour or two after that poster went out, I got a call from the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office telling me they believe they found Gerald Jensen in a landfill.
By April 25th, 2008, less than a week has passed since Jerry Jensen was reported missing from his South Florida home. But police in West Palm Beach County think they might have found him after responding to a 911 call.
911, where's your emergency? Calling from the solid waste in 30 Palm Beach County on John Road, and we believe we have found a body in a Class 1 landfill. They're not 100% sure it is, but we don't want to contaminate anything.
The man who found it drives a bulldozer. He was looking around and he saw an arm.
The body was not in great shape when they found him. The machinery there at the landfill that turns the garbage has big spikes on the tires, and it tends to tear things up.
It was going to be impossible for investigators to identify it through facial features or dental records.
Fortunately, the body still has some distinguishing marks.
They were able to see some tattoos, and the tattoos that they saw matched the ones on my poster. So they sent the body found to the medical examiner's office and tried to do a fingerprint comparison.
They were able to make a positive identification of Gerald Jensen through a fingerprint.
The medical examiner is also able to determine the cause of death.
We learned that Gerald Jensen's body had been stabbed multiple times and that his throat was slit. So therefore was deemed to be a homicide.
Two of the detectives went back to speak with Kristen and Nicole and Chris and just see if they could figure out any more information.
Investigators begin by speaking with Jerry's wife, Kristen.
We did break the news to her that Gerald was deceased and that he'd been found in Palm Beach County. She took it very hard and was very upset and hysterical at that point in time.
Since Kristen was in rehab at the time of Jerry's death, she is directly ruled out as a suspect. Now, investigators point their questions toward the other members of the household.
Kristen admitted that things weren't great between the four of them in the house.
How you doing, Chris? I know. Everything's working out. He's a lazy, inconsiderate brat. I wish Nicole could see it, but she can't.
Chris didn't do anything. He wouldn't get a job. He sat and played video games all day. And every time my mom would nag Chris, my sister would go to Chris's defense.
Kristen tells detectives she even suspects Chris might be AWOL.
He supposedly just got out of the army, and he's came straight here, and he can't show me his DD-214. You don't believe him? Not at all.
She did not believe that he was discharged from the army. She kept requesting his DD-214 discharge papers, and he would not provide it to her.
You're supposed to go through the debriefing and all that. He said no, he left. He was to go to Texas and either be arrested or kicked out of the army. Fortunately, they kicked him out with no jail time or any of that.
How did Jerry get along with Chris? He didn't at all. They barely spoke. What about with the baby? How he was involved? He's good. Is he protective of the baby? Mm-hmm. How did Nicole get along with Jerry? She was calling Jerry Dad, and things were just great. And then all of a sudden, Chris shows up. Okay. Yeah. She doesn't want to call him Dad anymore.
Investigators then ask Kristen what she thinks happened to Jerry. Nicole and Chris told her Jerry had been on an angry phone call that evening. She still believes whoever was on that call came looking to settle the score.
He ran in the bedroom to hide or something, and they kicked the door down and beat the out of him. Okay, then the hand he was talking to him. I still can't figure out how that could have been.
While I was starting my interviews, Detective Gerwin was working on getting a search warrant for the records for Gerald's cell phone. And the search warrant came back with a list of calls and times.
Jared wasn't on the phone that night, and that was a lie.
Armed with this information, detectives bring Nicole and Chris in for questioning. They start with Nicole.
We asked her several times how positive she was. The time of the fight was around 10:30. The fact that it was on a cell phone, not a house phone, that they went to the local library, and she was very adamant that she was correct. Once we informed her that that could not possibly have happened because that phone hadn't been used, I asked her if there was anything more that she wanted to tell me, and she blurted out the whole story.
Coming up, a shocking confession.
That had to be so terrifying way to die. Someone coming at you with a sword in a confined space. He didn't deserve that.
After Nicole Thornhill discovers that investigators know she and her boyfriend haven't told the truth, she agrees to come clean about what really happened.
Both Nicole Thornhill and and Chris Tomlinson weren't getting along with the parents.
She pretty much confirmed the same thing that Kristen had told me, that things were tough between the four of them. And she was worried with it because they had a baby in the house, what was going to happen next.
According to Nicole, one of their issues was their religious differences.
I asked her what her religion was, and she told me that she was new to the Wiccan religion, but Christopher had been in it his whole life and he was considered a high priest.
Wicca is a modern pagan movement often associated with witchcraft, something Jerry couldn't accept.
Jerry didn't understand their Wiccan lifestyle. They really couldn't get through to him.
But Chris and Nicole felt the Jensen's behavior left no room for judgment.
They felt that with their drinking and both of them using prescription drugs, that it wasn't a healthy situation to raise their child in.
Nicole says that ultimately the household became extremely toxic, and she and Chris started to consider drastic measures.
Money may have played a factor in their decision, but she said that it just made things a little easier when they weren't there.
When did you two start talking about wanting to get rid of him? Was it days, weeks?
Nicole says their first plan involved drugging him.
I mentioned, knocking him out with sleeping pills, making it look like it was suicide because they're supposed to do so much drugs. So we went to Walmart and he bought those weird generic sleeping pills. So you guys never saw an effect when you put the pills in her strings? Nothing happened.
When that didn't work, they resorted to a more brutal method. And Kristen's time away at rehab provided the perfect opportunity.
The plan was that Chris and Nicole were going to surprise him, and Chris was going to attack him with a samurai sword that he kept in the house.
Christopher decided they were going to stay up all night and attack Gerald when he woke up first thing in the morning. So Nicole said about 7 o'clock they could hear him moving around, and Christopher told her to take the baby and go outside for a walk.
Nicole says when she returned, Chris told her Jerry was dead.
Tomlinson said he came out of the room with the sword, confronted him, stabbed him in the front.
The sword? On the wall over there? Okay.
Can you tell me how many times you stabbed him?
I think he said 3. And I think he ended up running him into the bathroom door. I'm telling the broken door. And he ran out of his body. And I had to look away. Okay. Where's the knife that Chris used? Under the bed.
That had to be so terrifying way to die, knowing that, someone coming at you with a sword in a confined space. They didn't deserve that.
Nicole said that they then took a tarp and wrapped Gerald's body in it, and then wrapped him in the comforter from her mother's bed and put him in the bathtub so they could clean up the mess in the bathroom and the hallway. They bagged everything up, then drove it over to the dumpster on site and threw everything in the dumpster.
Detectives are immediately sent to the apartment to confirm Nicole's claims.
The detectives found a set of swords that were underneath the bed. They found what they believed to be traces of blood on the sword.
Investigators also find evidence in the kitchen of the couple's earlier attempt to drug Jerry.
I opened up the cabinet and saw a bottle of tequila. I could see the bottom had white powder soot in the bottom with a little bit of blue color to it. These were the pills that were crushed up. I opened up the refrigerator and found a half gallon of partially consumed milk. I could see blue soot in the bottom, which was also indicative of the sleeping pills. So those were collected for evidence.
While the crime scene unit was searching the house, they did find a Walmart receipt.
What was interesting about the receipt, it showed that the sleeping pills were purchased on April the 22nd, the day after the murder.
Detectives confront Nicole with the new evidence.
You had told us that the two of you had been planning something for Jerry. Had you ever planned something for your mom?
Yeah.
What was that?
Pretty much the same thing.
The same thing how?
To get rid of her.
Nicole Thornhill has just confessed she and her boyfriend conspired to murder her stepfather. And they intended to kill her mother next.
So how were you going to get rid of her?
I wanted to do the sleeping pills because she has done it so many times before, trying to kill herself. She tried to do it in front of me.
And why'd you want to get rid of her?
I can't stand her anymore.
According to her and Chris' beliefs, anyone who used drugs was not a good person and couldn't be around them, and they also didn't want them around the baby.
You're going to go to jail. Okay? You're being charged with first-degree murder.
Will I ever be able to see Chris again?
I doubt it.
Not about my baby.
The way that both Chris and Nicole felt that they had been impacted as children with parents leaving, that's what they did to their own child. Their baby's life is now essentially changed forever.
After they're finished questioning Nicole, investigators sit down with Chris, who was being held in a separate room. Unaware of Nicole's confession, Chris is sticking to a very different story. I asked him how he felt about Gerald. He didn't like the way Gerald acted, by yelling and fighting and drinking and the drugs. I asked Christopher about the Wiccan aspect of it, and he told me that he was a high priest. He believed that he could see auras around people, and he did not think people with a bad aura should be allowed to live in the same world as his child. When investigators tell Chris they found Jerry's body, he acts surprised.
He was found in a landfill in Palm Beach County. How does that make you feel?
That really sucks. I don't wish anybody did. Even if they're the biggest ass in the world.
Okay. Did you do anything to him?
No.
You have no idea how he got in that landfill?
But Chris changes his tune when he learns about Nicole's confession.
He was killed in that apartment. There's no question. And we're going to be able to prove that. Now, how it's portrayed is up to you. I'd like to know what your side of the story is.
Chris, what happened?
Can I get some water?
Sure.
We got him a drink, and then after he told us that, yes, there had been a fight, but it was self-defense.
When did this happen?
Early morning. I was in the kitchen getting breakfast. To go to the bedroom, and he came out and started yelling like he was ready to fight, which has happened more than once. I instinctively grabbed the weapon, and, he lunged at me, and I kicked him back into the hallway, and I tried to run out the door, and he grabbed me, and I lost it.
And you lost it? What do you mean? You gotta describe that for us?
I just turned around and tried to break out of it, and ended up stabbing him.
He changed his story several times as to how he happened to have the sword in his possession, where the fight occurred, who hit whom first, and we then told him that we did not believe that's the way the story occurred. And eventually he came around and told us that they had planned the poisoning first. And eventually they decided that if Kristen was out of the way at the VA rehab, then they could attack and kill Gerald.
Is there anything you want to say or you can think that we haven't asked you that you think needs to go on the record?
In my heart, I feel he was an evil person.
Christopher Tomlinson believed that he could judge people on who was good and who was bad. Once he had made that decision that Gerald was bad, he was going to get rid of him one way or the other.
Chris and Nicole are both arrested for the murder of Jerry Jensen.
I got on the computer and, Googling Nicole's name, Christopher's name, and this stuff came up, and I'm like, I am in such disbelief that my son did this.
With 2 confessions and a list of evidence, prosecutors feel this will be an open and shut case. But 6 days after the arrests, Nicole makes it much more complicated.
Nicole Thornhill was trying to reach out to the Historic Police Department because she wanted to speak to a detective to tell the real story.
Nicole Thornhill has implicated herself and her boyfriend, Chris Tomlinson, in a plot to murder both of her parents. But now that she's been arrested, she changes her statement.
At this point, she's figured out, after being in jail for a week, that she's in a lot of trouble. And so now she's trying to put it all on Tomlinson. And she's claiming that she was scared of him and that he was controlling and that she only helped because he made her help. And it just contradicted a lot of the things that she'd already said beforehand.
The problem is she wasn't even there when the murder occurred. But planning and doing something that would aid and assist prior to the murder could be sufficient and lead you to be just as guilty as if you committed the murder yourself.
A grand jury agrees. They indict both Nicole and Chris for first-degree murder.
We added adulterating a food or drug, which is punishable by up to 30 years in prison. We added attempted murder of Kristen on to both of them.
A judge rules Chris and Nicole are to be tried separately, but Nicole chooses not to face a jury.
What Nicole Thornhill did was, in effect, enter a no-contest plea, whereby she did not admit to any of this information. She just acknowledged that evidence was sufficient to convict her.
The deal does not require her to testify against Chris.
We didn't call her as a witness. We didn't think that she would be credible because she's given so many different statements.
On May 18th, 2010, the trial for Chris Tomlinson begins.
The best argument the defense had was that it was self-defense. They couldn't dispute that their guy did it because he admitted to it. But why did you bring a sword into the hallway if you weren't planning to attack him? It was just another one of those inconsistencies that didn't match up to his story.
The jury takes only 3 hours to reach a verdict.
On May 20th, 2010, the jury finds Christopher Tomlinson guilty of first-degree murder, 2 counts of attempted murder against both Jerry and Kristen. In Florida, convictions for first-degree murder come with an automatic life sentence. So the judge immediately sentenced Christopher to life in prison plus another 60 years.
Christopher, to this day, still has not told me in his words why. And I looked at Christopher, you can had all this, but you got involved with Nicole, and
the Army messed you up. So all of those combined, he snapped. And he can never come back from it.
When Nicole is sentenced a month later, there is a surprising character witness.
One of the people who show up and ask for leniency for her is her mother. Kristen looked at her daughter and she said, "I believe in you."
My mom continued to be there for my sister because she knew something was wrong. And my mom continued to fight for my sister.
After hearing from Kristen, the judge did not sentence Nicole to life in prison, but gave her what is almost the equivalent of a life sentence. He sentenced her to 50 years.
Justice was served. However, this will never bring back Jerry, who had done nothing wrong except try to take in two people that were in need of help, and he paid for that with his life.
You know, everybody has their demons, everybody has their past. It doesn't mean that you should been brutally murdered and thrown away like a piece of garbage. I mean, think about that. What could be so bad that anyone would deserve that?
Kristen Jensen died in 2020, but before her death, she and her daughter managed to make amends.
Nicole finally got to have the relationship with my mom that she always wanted, and vice versa. My mom struggled with her grief and pain over what happened with my sister, but they had a great relationship eventually.
A psychiatrist's murder sparks an investigation in the Las Vegas desert.
This looks like somebody's grandfather here. We knew right away that it was a different type of murder.
When evidence points to a Playboy model, investigators delve into a world of fame, money, and manipulation.
The places that she would be out with me at are literally the #1 nightclubs in all of Hollywood.
She goes by the nickname Bad Barbie. She ends up on the covers of a couple of magazines.
As the strange case unfolds, the surprises never stop.
She told me he was like her sugar daddy. I initially had estimated expenses at about $300,000. I said, you know, this is bad. You need to get out of this. She had control over him. He was just a meal ticket.
But more suspects emerge.
We found a bat with his name on it. This is a slam dunk.
We discovered her boyfriend had recently completed a prison term here in Nevada.
He had a gun that was covered in blood. She was kicking him, hitting him, screaming at him. He told me that he hopes that they don't kill me too.
Las Vegas, Nevada is internationally known for its gambling and nightlife.
Las Vegas is a place where you can, come and let loose. It ends up sticking with people, and it ends up carrying them to another place.
But on March 7th, 2019, it seems one visitor's stay has taken a turn for the worse when police receive an unsettling call.
We had a citizen out four-wheeling in his new pickup, and he sees a Mercedes-Benz, a little two-door coupe, where no little two-wheel drive coupe should be. He thought the car was stolen.
When patrolmen arrive at the scene, the caller is gone, but the car is right where they said it would be.
They were going to do an inventory of the car and just have it towed out of there. They open up the doors. There was a lot of blood spatter evidence within the car.
The blood was found primarily in the back seat, behind the driver's seat, and on the headliner.
The officers immediately call for backup and check the rest of the vehicle.
And when they opened up the trunk, there was a bunch of bedding. When they were able to part some of the bedding, they came across what appeared to be a human arm. They made notification to the homicide section, and that's how my partner and I became aware of the call. My partner, Detective Ryan Jagger, and I drove out to eastern Clark County.
We carefully documented everything that's in the car, and then we towed the whole car with the body in it back to the CSA, our crime lab. Once it was in our garage where it was a more controlled environment, we removed the body. I remember looking at it, it was just kind of like, this looks like somebody's grandfather here. He was wearing like a sweater vest with a bow tie. This didn't look like a guy who would make bad life choices to put him in a situation where someone would kill him.
Investigators leave the body for the medical examiner to assess, and they conduct a more thorough search of the car.
In the trunk of the car, I found a credit card with the name of Thomas Burchard on it. We ran that name, and it came up as a missing person. The report gave a description, white male adult in his 70s, and it matched very closely the person we had in the trunk.
However, when police run the car's plates, they discover it does not belong to Thomas Burchard.
The name that was associated with the registered owner from San Francisco was an Asian name, and his build was much smaller. The San Francisco Police Department attempted to go and make contact, but their registered owner was out of the country at the time.
While questions surrounding the vehicle multiply, detectives try to get to the bottom of who Thomas Burchard is.
I was able to conduct a records check and learn that Thomas Burchard had been recently reported missing by Judy Earp. So I instructed some fellow homicide detectives to reach out to her and have casual conversations with her without giving away that this might have become a homicide investigation.
Judy said that he missed the flight, so Judy filed the missing persons report. So her concern was something must have happened to him because he would always come home.
Thomas Burchard was a man who always seemed destined to make a difference in the world.
He was born in Boston in 1948. His father taught at Harvard, and his mother was a librarian, so he was surrounded with academia. He went to medical school at UVA, University of Virginia in Charlottesville, for child psychiatry. And after that, he did several, residencies at Mass General, Cincinnati Children's Hospital, UCLA. He loved children. And for the longest time, Tom was the only child psychiatrist in Monterey County.
Some people called him Santa because of his large white beard. And like Santa, Thomas was extremely generous.
His former patients talk about what an incredible human being he was and how he assisted them through some very difficult times in their lives.
Over the years, I believe Tom has helped hundreds of people.
Due to his generous nature, Thomas developed close relationships with all of his patients. But by the time he was in his early 50s, he still didn't have a family to call his own. That changed in 2002 when he met Judy Earp, a single mother whose own marriage had recently ended.
We met here in Las Vegas with a group. While everybody else was out gambling, we were just kind of left to ourselves, and we talked and chatted, went to shows, and just hit it off. For about a year, we dated. It was kind of long distance. And eventually we moved in together. My 3 youngest children. He was, the father figure in their life.
Eventually, they got engaged. And over the course of the next 17 years, Thomas and Judy built a life together in Salinas, California. But they often returned to the city where they first met.
We would come to Las Vegas every year for medical conferences.
In 2019, at the age of 71, Thomas was still seeing patients, but his health forced him to start planning for retirement.
The last 18 months of his life, he started having problems. I highly suspect that he's in the early stages of Alzheimer's or some form of dementia. During this time, Tom went on a trip to Las Vegas. It was a very spur-of-the-moment thing. He booked a flight on Friday and to return on Monday. He didn't come home on the airplane. Then I knew something terrible had happened. I initially reported Tom missing. I told them maybe he's got lost or something.
Las Vegas police begin their investigation by contacting Thomas's partner, Judy. Judy says Thomas went to Vegas to visit a friend named Kelsey Turner.
He was well known in the community for helping. He had received a text from Kelsey Turner that she was very sick. He went to her house to talk to her. The next day, I get a text from him, which is Saturday, and he says, I look forward to coming home. See you on Monday. Okay, but I don't hear from him.
Judy goes on to tell police that Thomas has been missing for almost a week.
She had requested what is known as a welfare check. The patrol officers go to Kelsey Turner's home. They knock, there is no answer. There's mail piled at the door, and as a detective, what it suggested to us is that the residence has now been suddenly vacated, and we cannot account for Kelsey Turner, living or dead. So it's imperative in this investigation that we find her to determine if she is in fact still alive, because somebody that she's closely connected to is deceased.
Coming up, detectives find a crucial piece of evidence.
There was a baseball bat, and on the baseball bat, written in marker, was a name.
We were able to determine it was her boyfriend.
And Thomas's partner believes she knows why he was killed.
She's trying to use whatever she can to keep his money coming.
Investigators have found what they believe is Dr. Thomas Burchard's body in the trunk of a car. And the following morning, they attend an autopsy to confirm.
Through fingerprints, they were able to confirm that, in fact, the body of the deceased was Thomas Burchard. The medical examiner decided that the cause of death was blunt force trauma.
Closer inspection of the Mercedes provides clues to how the murder occurred.
You could see defects in the headliner where you could tell something was being swung and it was hitting the ceiling of the car. In the trunk of the car was probably one of the most complete body disposal kits that I've stumbled across in my career. There was leather gloves, there was rags, there was garbage bags full of cleaning products.
There was potential DNA evidence, there were latent prints.
There was a baseball bat, and on the baseball bat, written in marker, was a name, Greg Haggio.
Now that they have more information and Thomas is officially identified, detectives call Judy to break the news.
I received a phone call. It was Detective Jaeger, and he told me that they'd found Tom. I asked him, well, can I talk to him? Is he okay? And he said no, he was deceased. And at that time, my world crashed in.
By virtue of her alibi, we were able to determine that Judy had nothing to do with the murder of Thomas Bouchard.
Detective Jaeger told me that he'd been found in the trunk of a Mercedes.
After learning this detail from detectives, Judy reveals valuable insight.
Judy tells investigators that the Mercedes found in the middle of the desert belongs to Kelsey Turner.
I suspect that she's involved in this somehow. So I told him everything about Tom's history with Kelsey Turner.
Judy says Thomas met Turner 2 years ago. She was a 25-year-old single mother who was struggling financially.
He starts helping her out with her finances and helping her out with rent.
According to Judy, Turner quickly became a problem.
He did this for so many people, and a few of them took advantage, but nothing to the extent of this. It was always, oh, I need money for medicine for my son, or this, or that. I initially had estimated just what I had known from rent and car and some of the credit card expenses at about $300,000. But when I actually delved into the records, I stopped counting at about $750,000. I told Tom, I said, this is bad. You need to get out of this. He said, okay, I will tell her.
He wanted to move her out of state to kind of quell the waters a little bit, to keep everything, the friction down between Judy and her. So he rented a house in Las Vegas.
Judy says when she found out about the new arrangement, she convinced Thomas to cut Turner off for good. That was the purpose of his trip when he left for Vegas on March 1st.
The next day, I get a text from him. I have effectively resolved the situation here, and I'm looking forward to returning home on Monday.
But on Sunday, Judy got a strange message from him.
I received this text saying he wanted to send me money, and so I'm thinking this is fishy. The language, the grammar was not his. I think she's stolen his phone and is trying to get my information. And so I texted back, I said, you need to call me. I don't believe this is you. And after that, the phone went dead.
Now, Judy is convinced Kelsey Turner had something to do with Thomas's death. Based on the circumstances of his visit, investigators are starting to share that suspicion. After Judy's interview, investigators get in touch with the registered owner of the Mercedes in San Francisco.
He explained that he turned over the lease of the vehicle to Kelsey Turner, and that transfer process was facilitated by Thomas Bouchard. And according to Miss Erb, Thomas had traveled last minute to Las Vegas for the sole purpose of cutting her off. So that's when the focus began to narrow on Kelsey Turner. Through local records checks,
we found an incident that was about a month before the murder that involved Miss Turner and an individual by the name of Greg Haggio.
We're able to determine that Greg Haggio was a boyfriend of Kelsey Turner.
If he is the boyfriend at the time and this individual is coming to visit his girlfriend, you can see that we have the potential for even a love triangle that went terribly awry.
I had a arrest warrant ready to go. I'm like, dude, we found a bat with his name on it, with blood on it. Come on, this is a slam dunk.
We speak with Greg, and it appeared that Greg and Kelsey broke up.
Greg Haggio wasn't happy with the kind of life that Kelsey was leading with the partying, and so he left. And he left all of his belongings in Kelsey's house. We looked at historical phone locations on him. He was actually working as a deckhand on a fishing boat when the murder happened. So we were able to rule Greg Haggio out of the equation.
Since Kelsey Turner is the only connection left to track down, investigators obtain a search warrant for her home in Las Vegas.
Some uniformed patrol officers showed up and were able to make entry through an unlocked door. They determined that the house was unoccupied. We could establish very quickly that was our crime scene.
Police find bloodstains. They find blue and white towels that match the towels that were found inside the car in the desert. They find a door that was almost off of its hinges, completely broken. There's also a smell of cleaning products and some sort of attempt of a cleanup inside the home. Despite all the evidence in the home pointing to foul play, investigators still can't find Kelsey Turner.
We would have fully expected her to have reached out to law enforcement because Thomas's role in her life is so important. But there's no effort whatsoever for Kelsey Turner to make contact with law enforcement. None. It's not like she's involved or she's dead. It's more like she's likely involved and we have to find her.
The evidence in Kelsey Turner's home suggests Dr. Thomas Burchard might have been killed there. So detectives contact the landlord of the property to see if they know where she is. When police talk to the landlord, they confirm that Thomas Burchard had been paying the rent there and that Kelsey Turner lived inside the home. Police discover Kelsey had two roommates, a woman named Diana Pena and a man named John Kennison. Uncertain of their connection to Kelsey, investigators take a closer look at the roommates.
So once we determine everybody that's staying at the house, that's when we start investigating to get good phone numbers for them.
While waiting for cell information, investigators also put out a bolo alert for all three. They then track down Turner's loved ones to learn more about her. So as police are talking with acquaintances, friends, and family members of Kelsey Turner, they learn that Kelsey comes from Arkansas, had divorced parents, and kind of grew up with a little bit of a rough upbringing. People always said she did not seem like the type of woman who would stay in Arkansas. They knew she had big dreams. She wanted to be in front of a camera. Turner married and had 2 children, but when the relationship ended, she took the children and moved to California to pursue her dreams.
Kelsey Turner was an aspiring model. She had a very involved social media platform that she was utilizing to move her modeling career forward.
She ends up on the covers of a couple of magazines, including Playboy Italia and Maxim, but a lot of her work is through Instagram.
She has hundreds of thousands of followers. She goes by the nickname Bad Barbie and really kind of leans into that persona. According to Kelsey's friends, she was doing more than just modeling.
I'm a celebrity DJ, and I first met Kelsey when she started coming out with other girls that were in our Hollywood Kids Circle. The places that she would be out with me at are literally the #1 nightclubs in all of Hollywood. Most of the girls that would come out with me were there to find, someone else that could help them get to another level. Kelsey seems like another needy LA girl, that's just trying to find someone to latch onto. That's just all it seemed to me.
And it seems Kelsey eventually found what she was looking for. About a year after that Playboy appearance is when she starts reaching out to Dr. Thomas Burchard for help with finances.
Burchard was kind of her sugar daddy, paying for the residence, paying for the car, paying for her car insurance.
I believe that Thomas Burchard and Kelsey Turner had some kind of a physical relationship, but, a lot of people were able to keep that to themselves.
Even without confirmation on the exact nature of their relationship, it's clear to investigators Kelsey leaned on Thomas. It appears that after Playboy Italia, she didn't really have any big publications or any great gigs in modeling. Thomas says, hey, I'll pay you to move to Las Vegas, thinking that it would be a better spot for her.
They determined that it might be best for her to relocate to Las Vegas to help advance her modeling career in this city.
Kelsey's daughter stayed in California with family, and her son joined her in Vegas. Friends confirmed she was sharing the house Burchard provided with her friend Diana Pena and new boyfriend John Kennison.
When we looked into the background of John Logan Kennison, we discovered that he had recently completed a prison term here in Nevada for drug-related offenses. Now we have other names of people that are intimately connected to the home. We need to be able to get a hook into them and have an opportunity to interview them and figure out what's going on.
In March 2019, the search for Thomas Burchard's killer continues as detectives subpoena the data of Kelsey Turner and her roommates, hoping to build a timeline.
Thomas arrived in Las Vegas on March 1st during the evening hours. His body's found the 7th. And it's apparent by March 4th, something happened when he didn't return home to California. So the 1st to the 4th are very, very important dates as it relates to devices being at or near the Puritan address.
We have Diana Pena, Kelsey Turner, and then John Kennison. We know are all living in the house. We get good phone numbers for them. We do a location history on those phone numbers. Everybody was at the house late night hours of March 3rd into early morning hours of March 4th. And then Diana Pena, John Kennison, Kelsey Turner, they all leave the house.
Based on the phone records, their phones all appeared to be shut off around the same time and ended in the area of the Rio Hotel.
Detectives contact the Rio Hotel, hoping the three might be there.
We find out that Diana Pena had rented a room at the Rio, and they just abruptly left all of their items. Upon learning that information, we generated a search warrant to go into the storage room at the Rio to search for what items that were left.
They found personal items of Diana Pena, some prescription drugs, and a black notebook belonging to Thomas Burchard. They also found the ID of Kelsey Turner.
Inside what appears to be Thomas's notebook, they find his account of how desperate Kelsey had been to maintain his financial support.
She was threatening him, accusing him of child pornography. Totally unfounded and absolutely untrue. But if you can imagine a man that his whole life has been a children's psychiatrist, how devastating just those accusations would be.
I'd submitted Thomas Burchard's phone to the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department Internet Crimes Against Children. They found no evidence of child pornography on the device. So Kelsey Turner's allegation was completely unfounded. But if that information were to be released to the public, it would be incredibly damaging to Thomas's reputation.
Being attractive and providing companionship to Burchard is paying for her house, it's paying for her car, and she doesn't want to get off the gravy train. She's trying to use whatever she can to keep his money coming.
Because police were able to find that connection of the car to Kelsey Turner, the home with bloodstains inside, and the towels matching the home and the car, and a black notebook from Thomas Burchard inside that hotel room. That gives them the green light for an arrest warrant.
The search for Miss Turner was turned over to a criminal apprehension team. It took them about a week, but they were able to identify her living out in California at a residence that belonged to one of Kelsey's friends. When she was apprehended, she was in the company of John Logan Kennison. We did not have a warrant for Kennison at that particular time, so they had to let him go.
Turner refuses to speak with investigators. But on April 4th, they receive new evidence that implicates both of her roommates in the murder as well.
The fingerprints that were gathered from the vehicle had been analyzed and came back belonging to Diana Pena and John Kennison.
With that, we established probable cause to get an arrest warrant for Diana and Kennison.
Both of them were charged with murder with use of a deadly weapon.
But a week later, Diana turns herself in, and in hopes of a deal, she agrees to tell her story from the beginning.
I met Kelsey from a friend of a friend, and then she asked me to move in not too long after that. I think she was very new to Vegas, so Dr. Burchard financed quite a bit of her expenses. She told me that he was like her sugar daddy. She would call him, message him, send him videos, and he would send her money. He was just a meal ticket. She called him her whale.
Coming up, Diana's interview provides shocking insight.
There were messages about taking her son away from her.
And possible motives are revealed.
He told me they were going to kill him. And that he hopes that they don't kill me too.
On April 13th, 2019, detectives sit down with Diana Pena, who says when Dr. Thomas Burchard showed up in Vegas on March 1st, Kelsey Turner knew he was there to end their arrangement.
Kelsey had told me probably about a month before he had come out that he was talking about cutting her off. But he was having a hard time actually doing it. She kind of had control over him. And Dr. Burchard said that Kelsey needed a lot of help. He said that he loved Kelsey, but she needs to get her life together. Stuff like that.
According to Pena, it led to heated arguments between the two, which she experienced firsthand the day after Thomas arrived.
The next morning, I went to work. Kelsey messaged me and she's like, "Can you please come home early? I'm upset." And she said she would come pick me up. I got in the car, I was in the back seat. Kelsey was in the front seat. Dr. Burchard was driving. So Kelsey took Dr. Burchard's phone and was trying to do the GPS. And while she was on his phone, she kind of looked through his messages and seen messages between him and her mother about taking her son away from her.
Pena says the discovery caused Turner to snap.
She was kicking him, hitting him, screaming at him. Eventually, we did make it back to the house. Dr. Burchard went up to the room that he was staying in and just shut the door.
Fearing the situation might escalate, Pena asked a friend to take Kelsey's child, who was at the home, to a hotel. Hours later, her intuition proved correct.
After he went upstairs, Kelsey would randomly go up there and start screaming at him. And then Kennison would go up there and start screaming at him. And then I would tell them to go downstairs and calm down. Eventually, she yelled at Kennison to knock Dr. Burchard out. And Kennison ran upstairs, broke down the door. I'm not sure where the bat came from, but I knew he had a bat. You could hear it. At that point, I ran upstairs into the room, and I just kind of tried to get Kennison to get off of Burchard. I told Dr. Burchard to stay on the floor because his left eye was like filled with blood. He said he needed to go to the hospital. I offered to say that he had been mugged. I helped him downstairs, kind of helped him clean up.
Pena says early the next morning, Turner and Kennison eventually agreed to take Thomas to the emergency room.
I helped him into the backseat of Kelsey's car. Dr. Burchard said he wanted his coat. So Kelsey and Kennison went back into the house. That's when he told me they were going to kill him. And that he hopes that they don't kill me too. I just told him that's not going to happen. They're taking you to the hospital. Why would they kill you? And then Kelsey came back into the garage and she told me to go into the house and clean. So I went back into the house and I was cleaning. I started hearing Kelsey screaming again. She was calling Kennison a bitch and to knock Dr. Burchard out. So I came running down the stairs and told her to stop.
But Pena says she was too late.
Kennison had a gun that was covered in blood. Kelsey told me that that was what he used to beat the doctor's face. I was like, "Is everything okay?" And she's like, "He's dead." I was pretty scared and just not sure what to do.
Terrified that Thomas was right and she might be next, Pena went with Turner and Kennison to a hotel to hide out.
Kennison left with the car with the body in there to drive her car somewhere and do something with it. We sat in the hotel room for days. Kelsey was constantly Googling, turning on the news, and she had seen on the news that the car had been discovered. They just knew that, it's Kelsey's car. It's her sugar daddy in the trunk. Like, Kelsey was freaking out.
No, it's very easy to connect those dots.
Diana Pena says the plan was for all of them to flee the state, but she decided to turn herself in.
After the interview, she was booked into Clark County Detention Center on her warrant.
When they put me in a jail cell, that's probably when I felt the most safe. Because who's gonna break into a jail to hurt somebody?
She confirmed a lot of things that we already knew and opened our eyes on a lot of other things.
I assumed I would have to testify at some point. I was there. So it was the right thing to do.
It's been a month since Dr. Thomas Burchard was found murdered. And Las Vegas police have 2 of their 3 suspects in custody. Kelsey Turner has acquired legal representation. Diana Pena went to police to help them piece together exactly what happened. But the other man who's involved here, John Kennison, is still out on the loose.
We established through fingerprints on the bat probable cause for Kennison. So based on that, we had an arrest warrant. The CADS team was looking for him using his phone.
They determined that John, in fact, returned from California to Las Vegas, went back to his mom's house, and that's where the authorities were able to locate and apprehend him.
Like Turner, Kennison refuses to talk. But Pena agrees to plead guilty to being an accessory and testify against the other 2.
I was sentenced to 3 years of probation and a felony accessory.
I don't harbor any ill feelings towards her. I wish she had called 911, but I do understand that she was very frightened and probably in shock. And I believe Kelsey Turner probably was using her just like she used everybody.
In May 2022, 3 years after Dr. Thomas Burchard's murder, Kennison decides to plead guilty as well.
Logan is accepting full responsibility for his actions. He knows that he committed a terrible crime, and he is remorseful for that.
The total sentence, the aggregate sentence, will be 18 to 45 years in the Nevada Department of Corrections.
Later that year, Kelsey Turner makes a deal of her own.
Do you understand you're being charged with second-degree murder? Yes, ma'am. How do you plead to that charge? Guilty pursuant to Alford or not guilty? Guilty pursuant to Alford.
To explain an Alford plea, you're not confessing to it. You're just acknowledging that the state has enough evidence to convict you of it.
Ms. Turner, in accordance with the laws of the state of Nevada, you're hereby judged guilty of second-degree murder, a felony. You're hereby sentenced to 10 to 25 years in the Nevada Department of Corrections.
In the initial court hearings, she's smiling and laughing and posing for the cameras. Even if she was not guilty, somebody that you knew was murdered. That's just evil. Just evil.
I never realized such evil existed in this world until this happened. Physically, it has been very difficult for me. The emotional turmoil I have experienced was and is literally gut-wrenching.
No matter what Dr. Burchard's motivations were for trying to help a single mom in need, it's just terrible that someone who had helped so many people in his life and seemed to only try to help people in his life ended up paying the ultimate price for it.
I think Kelsey Turner is a danger to society. Honestly, I don't think she should ever get out of prison.
beloved father and husband is found brutally murdered in his home.
There were stab wounds and blunt force trauma to the back of his head.
Somebody wanted him dead, and they wanted to make sure that he was dead.
A years-long investigation reveals an international love affair with a master manipulator.
Her response was, "You don't think my husband's having an affair, do you?"
We had to figure out if there was something that she was hiding.
But before the killers can be brought to justice, detectives will have to track them halfway across the world.
We found out that she and her new friend had gone to Peru.
We had multiple undercover officers and detectives out watching her.
They were very careful about what they were saying.
The more I pressed her, the angrier she got.
Sí, me asusté y no dije la verdad. Pero eso no quiere decir que yo he matado a alguien.
She snapped because she wanted to be with the person she loved.
Fue un puppet, un hombre que, enamorado, creyó en lo que le dijo, manipulado, me dio mucha tristeza.
May 22nd, 2014. It's a little after 10 a.m. when police in the quiet bedroom community of Westminster, California, receive a disturbing 911 call.
An individual by the name of James Luna was on the call, and a female could be heard in the background. She was frantic.
We have an emergency. His husband's not responding.
What's going on there?
He's face down on his stomach, but he has blood. I don't want to move him.
Okay, is he breathing?
I don't think so. I can't see him.
James explains that the crying woman is his neighbor, 37-year-old Olga Vasquez.
James told us that he heard Olga frantically yelling for help, so he calls 911 and helps translate.
He says Olga told him she came home to find her bedroom drenched with blood. She believes her husband, 58-year-old Adrian Zapata, has been murdered.
When was the last time she saw him?
She just got back. She just got back taking the kids to school.
So he was fine this morning when she
Yeah.
Westminster sent patrol officers to the apartment. They made contact initially with Olga Vasquez, where she directed them to Adrian Zapata, deceased, in his bedroom.
Adrian had several injuries on his neck that seemed to resemble stab wounds with an unknown object. He also had blunt force trauma to the back of his head.
He was laying face down with his head on a pillow. He had a sheet over his lower half of his body. When you enter the master bedroom, it was in disarray. There were drawers pulled out, turned upside down.
It appeared that there might have been a robbery.
Detectives turn to Adrian's wife, hoping she can shed some light on what happened.
She was absolutely hysterical, very upset, crying, and continued to be very emotional and upset for many hours.
In her heightened emotional state, Olga can't offer more details there at the scene. While an officer takes her back to the station to give a full statement, detectives focus on the crime scene and their victim. Adrian Zapata was born near Lima, Peru on June 27, 1955. The first few years of his life were a struggle.
Adrian's parents had him when they were both very young. They weren't ready to settle down or be parents at the time. So it was his paternal grandparents that stepped into that role of guardianship.
From that struggle came ambition. Adrian went to college to become a business accountant. He then secured a teaching position at a technical institute, where he met his first wife, Annie Villegas.
Adrián era carismático. Era una persona optimista, una persona muy jocosa, tenía chispa. Le gustó que yo era seria, que marcaba mis líneas. Un día me invita a tomar un café y tiempo después él me aprovecha y me dice que quería ser mi enamorado.
Less than 2 years later, Adrian and Annie were married in 1978.
Nos casamos y pues prácticamente inmediatamente salí embarazada. Adrián continuó trabajando en la Academia Brown, yo me dediqué a criar a mi hijo. Tiempo después la situación en Perú se empeoró un poquito.
As the Peruvian economy fell into crisis in the 1980s, violence in their hometown skyrocketed. In 1986, Adrian left for California, determined to create a better life for his wife and 8-year-old son, Renzo.
Como hombre de familia, como padre, como esposo, él pensó que lo iba a superar todo y traerse a su familia más tarde.
Although he was a professor in Peru, Adrian was forced to start over at the bottom when he moved to America. He worked many odd jobs before he saved enough for his entire family to join him.
He actually ended up getting his license to become a nurse. And that's how he makes a big leap financially.
It definitely seemed like they had reached that American dream.
Unfortunately, the years Adrian and Annie spent apart took a toll on their marriage.
El amor se terminó, pero decidimos estar juntos por nuestro hijo y vivíamos de una manera civilizada y amigable como padres.
They love me so much that they would rather stay together as friends at the house and provide me a stable home while I finish college.
Once their son Renzo graduated from college in 2007, Annie and Adrian decided to get a divorce. After a lifetime focused on family, Adrian was now a 53-year-old bachelor.
We were all grown up. We were all well established. He was done with helping everybody.
He began making regular trips to Peru to reconnect with old friends and invested in a penthouse in Lima.
It was a tall bachelor's pad, with an elevator straight to the house. It was a place where he could have his parties with his Peruvian friends.
On one of his visits, Adrian met a captivating younger woman named Olga Vasquez. Despite their 20-year age difference, the two quickly fell in love.
He was over the moon. She was living in his penthouse, and everybody was happy.
He was like, I'm gonna marry her and I'm gonna bring her to America. She has 2 kids and we're gonna be happy.
In 2010, Adrian and Olga married, and in 2013, he brought his new bride and her 2 sons to the U.S. to live with him.
The ultimate goal for him was to retire to Peru and to live a good life after having worked so hard for so many years.
After just 11 months in America with his new wife, Adrian's dreams of returning home have been shattered. At first glance, Adrian's apartment appears to have been burglarized. But upon closer inspection, Westminster police noticed the crime scene tells a different story.
The officers determined based on their experience that it appeared that it was a staged ransacking.
Nothing appears to be missing. It seems that the suspect might have just gone in there to make it seem that things are not where they were supposed to be.
Adrian Zapata's injuries did show that there was both blunt force trauma to the back of the head as well as stab wounds. The level of violence would not be indicative of an individual who had woken up and was confronting a robber. The fact that it was so brutal seemed to suggest that it was more than just a robbery gone bad.
The suspect entered that location with intentions of killing him. So we wanted to find a motive.
Coming up, investigators discover a bad investment from Adrian's past made him several enemies.
They felt that he owed them $30,000.
And new evidence points to infidelity, but by whom?
Right next to a booster seat and a Taekwondo bag was a lingerie nightie with a box of condoms.
Authorities in Westminster, California, are combing through the crime scene where 58-year-old Adrian Zapata was murdered.
Adrian's body was transported to the Orange County Coroner's Office, where an autopsy was conducted. Olga was ultimately transported to the police department for an additional interview. While she was being transferred there, we continued to process the scene. We didn't locate any blood in the sinks to indicate that the suspect washed up after the murder.
They did not find any evidence of any forced entry, which led them to believe that the individual might have had a key or might have otherwise been let in by the victim.
An unexpected discovery in Adrian's car provides a possible lead.
When the officer opened the trunk, right next to a booster seat and a Taekwondo bag was a lingerie nightie with a box of condoms sitting there right in the open.
It was an extra large nightie, right? So initially we're like, okay, there's no way this is hers because Olga was pretty small, small female.
We had a suspicion that maybe Adrian may have been having an affair. We sent it to the Orange County Crime Lab to be processed for any potential DNA.
Investigators head to the station, where Adrian's wife Olga is finally ready to tell her full version of the morning's events.
When we talked to Olga about what happened, she told us that at about 8 a.m., she left the apartment with her two sons with the intentions of taking them to school and running some errands. Adrian was asleep in bed. He worked late nights, so she was allowing him to sleep. When she got home, she entered the bedroom and discovered Adrian. We asked Olga, does Adrian have a life insurance policy or any major accounts that someone would financially gain from his death? She said no, he doesn't.
When they ask her if she knows of any other women in Adrian's life, Olga also says no.
Olga told us that her and her husband loved each other. There was no suspicion of infidelity on either part. I showed her pictures of the nightie and box of condoms that we had located in Adrian's trunk. She had no idea whose they were or where they came from.
Her response was wide-eyed, surprised, shocked, and she said something along the lines of, "You don't think my husband's having an affair, do you?"
Olga says it would explain some of Adrian's past behavior.
She does mention that she had heard Adrian on the phone with a female that seemed somewhat secretive.
He had gotten text messages from a woman a time in the past, and he was possibly being unfaithful.
Unfortunately, Olga never looked into the texts further and has no more details to share. So detectives turn to Adrian's friends and family.
My wife and I were on a trip to Arizona, and we get the call from my mom telling me that my dad has passed away. So
we turn around and head back to California. None of it made sense.
Adrian's loved ones say they don't believe he would cheat on Olga, but he did have enemies.
We learned that Adrian had a business thing go bad.
Adrian had decided with two of his friends to open a Peruvian restaurant.
Adrian and his partners took out a sizable loan to get the business off the ground.
For a while, it was doing well. But then the restaurant started kind of going sideways. I think at some point, not everybody was pulling their weight in that business, and they split up. The partners, I think at some point, blamed Adrian.
They felt that he owed them $30,000 because of this.
It was posited that perhaps one of the individuals who had bad blood from this bad restaurant deal might have had a motive to kill Adrian Zapata.
Detectives get in touch with Adrian's former business partners. Both men are adamant they would never commit murder over $30,000.
They weren't at the crime scene. They had alibis of where they were. Quite honestly, during those interviews, it didn't appear they really had a motive to kill Adrian. They had no benefit to want him dead. They weren't happy about the business, but they didn't hate him or anything like that. The businesses didn't work out.
With his former business partners now in the clear, investigators must focus on the potential of an affair gone wrong. They turn to Adrian's co-workers for insight into his personal life.
Adrian Zapata worked as a tech at a local hospital. The officers went and spoke with a number of Adrian Zapata's colleagues. We never found any evidence to support the allegation that Mr. Zapata had been unfaithful to his wife.
Actually, we found out just the opposite. He's actually confided in some of his friends that he suspected Olga is having an affair.
Before detectives look into the rumors, autopsy results provide insight on the brutal attack that took Adrian's life.
It appeared Adrian had 2 major head injuries to the top of his head, which were caused by blunt force objects. In addition to those injuries, he had 7 stab wounds in his neck. There was no indication whatsoever that Adrian fought back or even knew that he was being attacked.
It was as if these injuries were done while he was sleeping.
Based on the coroner's findings, as well as what I saw at the crime scene, somebody wanted him dead and they wanted to make sure that he was dead.
Unfortunately, the medical examiner's findings don't help narrow down any suspects or motives. The crime lab is also unable to make a match on the DNA found on the nightie.
They had found an unidentified male DNA profile on it.
So on June 5th, detectives meet with one of Adrian's co-workers, Ruth Sevilla, to get the details on Olga's alleged affair.
Working with Adrian, we build a relationship, we would talk a lot about our lives. He wouldn't stop talking about Olga.
Ruth tells detectives the problems between Adrian and Olga began soon after she arrived from Peru.
It was a month after he brought her to US. He told me, we don't sleep together no more.
She told us that the marriage started going sideways when Adrian found out through phone records, that she was on the phone daily talking to somebody.
Adrian was thinking that she was already cheating on him with someone, but he wanted to prove it, so that's why he called the number. There was a man that answered, and when he said hello, he hung up.
A week into their investigation,
Westminster police have discovered Olga Vasquez might have been the one stepping out on her marriage. And according to Ruth Sevilla, Adrian confronted Olga as soon as he suspected she was cheating on him.
He told Olga, like, who is this person? You know, I called this number and there was a man that answered the phone, and she said, oh, it was my sister's boyfriend.
Ruth says Adrian didn't believe Olga, so he continued digging.
He was reaching out to people in Peru to find out if Olga was faithful to him while she was there. Adrian found out that she, in fact, was messing around with somebody while he was in the United States, trying to get her to come here with him. Ruth had no idea who this person was. Adrian never told her name.
Armed with this new information, investigators bring Olga in to question her again.
She denied having an affair. She denied the fact that Adrian ever confronted her or even accused her about having an affair.
The only thing that she continued to ask us is whether or not we were accusing her of having something to do with her husband's murder.
At this point in the investigation, I feel that Olga is lying to us. We had some more digging to do.
Detectives take a closer look at Olga's alibi.
She had indicated that she had taken both of her sons to school, and then after that she had gone to a gas station. Then she had gone by the UCI Medical Center to get a note for her employer for a recent surgery she had had. She then went to the restaurant where she worked as a server to drop off that note.
We followed up and we saw her on surveillance cameras, credit card information, interviewed people. She went the location she told us she went the day of the murder.
At this time, detectives knew that we had to do something else.
We had put a tracker on Olga's vehicle. Additionally, we did physical surveillance, meaning we had multiple undercover officers and detectives out watching her.
Almost immediately, the tracking device leads investigators to a hotel.
The police are able to get the surveillance videos, and it shows Ms. Vasquez and her children checking into that hotel.
And we saw that she had met up with a male Hispanic, and he seemed to be very friendly with her and her kids, as if they all knew each other very well.
It was obvious that she was being romantic with this person.
At one point, Olga come out of her room during the nighttime hours and meet with this male, and appeared to go back with this male into his room.
Within 2 or 3 hours later, she exited the second room that she had entered and went back to her original room. You don't just leave a room in the middle of the night and leave your children behind for several hours unless there's some sort of affair going on.
They were able to determine his identification by going to the front desk of the hotel.
According to the registry, Olga's lover is Roberto Saavedra.
Detectives learned that Roberto had just arrived to the United States from Peru.
On March 4th, 2014, Mr. Saavedra lawfully entered the United States. He was on a 32-day vacation travel visa. He did not board his returning flight.
Almost 3 months after his arrival, Adrian was murdered, and detectives want to know if Roberto was involved.
One of the officers wanted to be able to obtain the DNA of Mr. Saavedra in a lawful but surreptitious manner. And so he actually took the water bottle that had been used by Mr. Saavedra.
Olga was having an affair, and not only is she lying to us about it, she's trying to make it look like Adrian was the one having an affair. Basically, get us to not look into her.
There's a point at which, if you find that a person is repeatedly lying to you, then it makes you reconsider everything that they've said.
So, at this point, it kind of gives us a motive. Maybe Olga doesn't want Adrian in the picture no longer.
Coming up, a murder plot unfolds.
The two cell phones had communicated in a way where they were almost timing things.
And detectives catch the co-conspirators on tape.
Tengo buenas noticias. Parece que encontraron un ADN.
¿De quién, ah?
Recent evidence suggests to police that Olga Vasquez isn't the grieving widow she's been pretending to be.
It was obvious at this point that Olga was lying. She was lying about having an affair, for sure.
Detectives believe that the next step was to figure out how far back this relationship went. In order to do that, detectives wrote several search warrants for both her phone records and his phone records.
While they wait for their warrants to come through, investigators ask Adrian's family in Peru what they thought of Olga.
We interviewed a cousin of Adrian's who still lived in Peru, Mercedes Rojas. She knew Olga prior to Adrian marrying her.
Mercedes believed that Olga was an opportunist and that the only reason she wanted to marry Adrian was so that Adrian could bring her and her sons over to the United States.
According to Adrian's loved ones, however, life in California didn't satisfy Olga.
It was not what she expected. Coming from a penthouse in Peru to an apartment in Westminster in California.
Olga seemed disappointed because she thought he was better off than he actually was.
Adrian's loved ones say in the months before his death, Adrian finally realized he'd never be able to please her.
Adrian had confided that, they weren't being intimate, that he planned on potentially divorcing her.
The divorce between he and Olga would affect her immigration status as well as the immigration status of her sons.
If you get a divorce, you're going back to Peru, and you're not going to be able to stay here in the United States.
In the event of Adrian's death, however, Olga would have been able to retain her immigration status and more.
Detectives learned that Adrian had a 401k with a value of about $62,000 and life insurance of about $78,000, and the beneficiary for both of those policies was Olga.
It appeared at this point in the investigation that Olga had lots of motive to have Adrian dead.
When detectives receive Olga and Roberto's phone records, they find evidence to back up the theory.
It was discovered that the cell phone that Roberto was using was actually registered under Olga's name.
The communication between the two seemed to be very personal, almost loving and doting.
We found out that Olga and Roberto, who were communicating pretty frequently, stopped all of a sudden.
Investigators suspect that 11 months before Adrian's murder, they simply got better at covering their tracks.
Roberto started communicating with an unknown number.
Those phone calls, locations were coming from Olga's apartment in Westminster. We did a search warrant on that phone number and figured out, hey, whoa, this phone is everywhere Olga's at. So it was very obvious that this was a phone that Olga was using that we were unaware of, that she didn't tell us about.
According to those phone records, their illicit affair wasn't the only thing Olga and Roberto discussed.
It appeared that the secret phone and Roberto's phone were communicating on the night of the homicide as well as the night before.
His phone shows the night prior to the murder, he comes to Westminster, and he's staying just outside the apartment complex until about 8 a.m. Then his phone goes off for a short time.
At some point after 8:30 a.m., that communication began back up. Based off of information from the coroner and evidence at the scene, it appeared as though the homicide most likely took place around that 8 a.m. mark when there was no communication.
GPS shows that when Roberto's phone was turned back on, it was in the same location as Olga's secret phone.
The secret phone no longer follows Ms. Vasquez's phone from tower to tower, but instead goes to Van Nuys and starts following all the towers of Mr. Zavedra's phone.
We think that she gave him the secret phone and he took it to Van Nuys.
It seemed to only point to one reasonable conclusion, that Ms. Vasquez knew she was coming home to the murdered body of her husband and didn't want to have her secret phone with evidence of that murder in her possession at that time.
It was becoming very obvious to us that Roberto and Olga had something to do with Adrian's dad.
To prove their theory, investigators obtain a warrant to wiretap Olga's phone.
¿Qué tal? ¿No me has llamado, no?
No, preferiría que no.
It was very obvious that Olga was very paranoid in communicating with Roberto. Although they were talking on the phone, they were very careful about what they were saying.
They decide to do what's called a ruse. The idea is that they want to stimulate a conversation between Ms. Vasquez and Mr. Zavedra, and what they choose to do is the possibility of DNA evidence.
We use a ruse to get them thinking, oh.
After months of investigation, Roberto Saavedra and Olga Vasquez have become the prime suspects in her husband's murder. Since the wiretap on Olga's phone isn't providing detectives with the proof they need, they decide to give the couple a push.
We told her that we found some DNA that we believed was the killer's on Adrian's body, and suspected it might be someone that lived internationally.
This was a lie, just to see if they would talk about it on the wire.
¿Cómo te fue hoy día?
Ahí me dan algunos datos, dicen que parece que encontraron un ADN, están buscando.
¿De quién, ah?
Detectives are hoping one of them will mention the murder next, but Olga quickly changes the subject.
She probably thinks we are listening to the phone call, and that's why she doesn't want to talk about it. And it's very obvious to us that she doesn't want to say anything that we can hear. The next step was to confront her.
On November 25th, 2014, 6 months after Adrian's murder, investigators bring Olga back in for questioning. When they show her photos of her and Roberto at the hotel, she begins to backtrack on her previous statements.
She stated she was only involved with him romantically after Adrian had already died.
Olga started telling the truth about certain things that she figured she had to tell the truth about, but she denied any knowledge of the murder.
Tenemos todos los textos que hiciste con usted y Robert esa mañana. ¿Ok? Yo no
Yo no tengo ese número, yo no he tenido ese número. Yo no sé por qué me estás diciendo que eso es mío.
¿Te recuerdas de esos textos?
Para empezar, no son textos que yo haya escrito ni sé qué significa eso.
Ahí está su nombre. Están hablando de usted. ¿Ok?
She always denied having a second cell phone, and she would often cut off the detectives from communicating about said cell phone.
Dices que ese es mi teléfono.
Sí, y como
the more I pressed her, the angrier she got. I'm thinking, why lie about those things if you're not trying to cover up something?
Eventually, Olga stops talking altogether and asks for a lawyer. If detectives are going to prove she and Roberto conspired to kill Adrian, they'll have an uphill battle.
There was a mountain full of records for us to review. We had to go through every single piece of information.
Detectives spend months combing through the paperwork.
Most of the communication was in Spanish, so we had to utilize Spanish-speaking officers and detectives to decipher what's being said. This takes a lot of time.
Messages showed that they were involved in a sexual and romantic relationship a year before the murder. There was a lot of Skype phone calls that were placed between the two. Some of these Skype messages included them communicating with each other, in which they stated that soon they would both be together forever.
It's exactly what police are looking for. And lab tests on the water bottle they took from Roberto provides the last piece of the puzzle.
In May of 2016, the Orange County Crime Lab notified me that the secondary sample of Roberto Cervedra that we collected during the surveillance was a match to the DNA on the white and pink 90 found in Adrian's car.
The DNA was important because it would show that the 90 and condoms were in fact planted in the trunk. It doesn't prove it definitively, but it's evidence that seems to suggest that.
After 2 years and thousands of man-hours, investigators believe they finally have enough to make arrests. But when they show up at Roberto's home, they discover their suspect left town weeks ago.
So one of the things I had to do was find him.
Just as Westminster homicide detectives prepare to make arrests in the murder of Adrian Zapata, they learn that Roberto Cervedra has fled the United States.
I learned that he applied for refugee status in Canada.
Now, Westminster police will need to convince Canadian authorities to deport him.
I notified the Canadian government that we were charging him with murder. Based on that, they refused his refugee status and kicked him out.
In October 2017, over 3 years after Adrian was murdered, Roberto lands in Peru.
Interpol arrested him, and we had to start the extradition process from Peru to bring him back to the United States.
Extradition takes another 2 years. Even though she's the prime suspect in Adrian's murder, Olga's status as a widow has allowed her to stay in the U.S.
The reason that we waited so long to arrest Olga was because we wanted to wait until we got Cervedra in the United States, because I wanted to try them together. We could have arrested Olga a lot sooner. Instead, I kept tabs on her.
And as detectives coordinate Roberto's arrest with Olga's, they discover she's moved on to a new boyfriend.
We found out that Olga and her new friend had gone to Peru for a short vacation.
Mr. Cervedra was arriving in March of 2019, which by coincidence was also the same day that Ms. Vasquez returned from a flight to Peru.
On March 15th, 2019, they are both taken into custody without incident.
My last and final interview with Olga was a short one. During that interview, she finally admits she did have the secret phone.
Entiendo del teléfono, entonces ¿por qué te va a creer que tú no le dijiste a Robert que matara a tu...
Sí, me asusté y no dije la verdad, pero eso no quiere decir que yo he matado a alguien.
Prosecutors try to get Roberto to turn on Olga, but he refuses to talk. It will be up to a jury to decide if the evidence is enough to convict them.
Ms. Vasquez was the first of the two defendants to go to trial in May of 2021. And my strategy was to try to present as much circumstantial evidence as possible, but to create a timeline to show how all of these pieces and parts all fit together to one conclusion.
The strongest evidence was the cell phone data that showed that Roberto traveled the night prior to the homicide from Van Nuys down to Westminster, waited outside Adrian's apartment till Olga left, leaving the door unlocked for him. He does the murder, and he takes that secret phone knowing that Olga's gonna go home to find this body.
When you put it all together, it showed the two of them had planned and committed this murder.
Olga snapped because she wanted to be with the person she loved, Roberto.
She does the murder because she wants to stay in the United States, and she also has a financial gain of his life insurance policy and his 401k and the condo in Peru.
Olga's attorney argues there's no physical evidence tying Olga to the crime. But even without it, the state's case is compelling.
The jury would deliberate for slightly less than 2.5 hours, and they would find her guilty of murder in the first degree. She was sentenced to 25 years to life in state prison.
To hear the verdict, the jury found her guilty was just such a relief. They kind of gave us our life back.
In July 2023, Roberto Saavedra is also found guilty.
His sentence was life without the possibility of parole in state prison.
Roberto fue un puppet, ¿ok? Un hombre que enamorado, creyó en lo que Olga le dijo, manipulado, me dio mucha tristeza.
It made me more aware of how vulnerable my family can be. It made me realize that life is fragile and try to enjoy the most time that I can with my family.
Adrián debería de ser recordado como una persona carismática, como una persona que tenía ganas de vivir, que no quería irse joven.